Yeah.
The Senate will come back to order. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam President. I move to call the Senate.
Call the Senate has been moved and sustained. The sergeants, please close the doors, allow no senators to leave, retrieve those missing. Mr. Majors, would you please poll the senators?
Aguilar, Balmer, Baumgardner, Brophy, Cadman, Crowder, Grantham, Guzman, Harvey, Heath, Herpin, Hill, Hodge, Johnston, Jones, Kafalis, Kerr, King, Lambert, Lundberg, Marble, Newell, Nicholson, Renfro, Rivera, Roberts, Shuffle, Schwartz, Stedman, Tocktrop, Todd, Uleberry, Zenzinger, Guzman,
person said that as soon as 1398 is finished, we're going to go right
Baumgardner,
to 23. And these are all the folks that are on those committees, so you might want to make that announcement that after 1398 is finished, then we're going to go ahead and meet directly on 223.
Kerr, Rivera,
So Johnston and Jones.
Balmer, Jones, Stedman,
That's good.
So are they gonna do 223 right now? Obviously they're done.
Yeah, that's what,
Well,
the
we got-
staff person said, that once we finished up with one committee, they were gonna go right into the
Well,
other.
obviously Stedman's back here. He's not down there.
Right,
Here's that's not happening.
well, we might wanna check with them, that's what the staff person just told me.
Hey, Pat?
Once they're done with 1398, they're going to go to.
Well, they're done, but we haven't.
Let me tell you, Senator.
Schwartz,
So they were gonna go ahead with that next conference committee if I can find out. No, 1398, Stedman and all of them are back here, so they're, it's over.
We're just missing Johnston. Do you want to raise the call anyway, or?
Well, the other 1398 is done, so the question is whether they're gonna go ahead with 223 right now, supposedly. Let me just
We're just waiting to
Let
find
me
out.
just find out. This cabinet's gotta go. Morgan, cabinet's gotta go with that.
Johnston,
Well, Raleigh, everyone's here now. You can go ahead and move to raise the call.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the call be raised.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
I'm afraid to look up. I'm going to get a rubber band in my eye. This might be why Senator Grantham was sitting there with his camera.
So we don't know. We're gonna go ahead. They're not done.
Can we go ahead and adopt 1001?
Do we have a report on 1001? We don't have a report on 1001 yet, do we? No, I haven't signed it yet. We have not, we don't have 1001. Can we just go ahead with Lois?
Committee reports.
May 7, 2014, Committee on Judiciary, after consideration of the Mayor's Committee recommends the following Senate Bill 220 be postponed indefinitely.
Message from the House.
May 7, 2014, Madam President, the House has adopted a return with Senate Joint Memorial 5 and Senate Joint Memorial 6. May 7, 2014, Madam President, the Speaker has appointed Representatives Rose, Chairman Young, and Kagan as House conferees on the first conference committee on Senate Bill 223. May 7, 2014, Madam President, the House has adopted a return with Senate Joint Resolution 31 as amended.
Do you want to take a Senate concurrence with Senate Joint Resolution 31? Senator King. Oh, you want to ask Senator King if he's ready?
To concur with the House amendments,
Right.
so you're
For
ready?
the
Uh-huh.
school safety?
Yep.
Yeah, we're good.
Members, we will take up House amendments to Senate resolutions at this time. Mr. Majors, would you please read the title to Senate Joint Resolution 31?
Senate Joint Resolution 31 by Senator King and Representative McCain concerning the establishment of Colorado Safe Schools Month.
Senator King.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam President. I ask that we concur with House amendments to Senate Joint Resolution 31.
Please proceed with your explanation.
Thank you, President Carroll. What they did was they added crime prevention through environmental design, which talks about best practices in school safety. If you remember right, this is a joint resolution talking about School Safety Month, which will be in October. And that is what they did and would ask for an aye vote. I also would ask that when we ran this last time, it was rather quickly. It was on the consent calendar. We ended up with 11 co-sponsors. This is not, we do a weekly school safety bill. This is just turning it into a month of school safety, and certainly would hope that we could get more co-sponsors on this. The entire House co-sponsored this bill just a little while ago, so would ask for an aye vote.
The motion is for the Senate to concur with House amendments to Senate Joint Resolution 31. Are there any no votes? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the Senate concurs with House amendments to Senate Joint Resolution 31. Senator King.
Thank you, President Carroll. I move for the repassage of Joint Resolution 31.
Any discussion? Question is readoption of Senate Joint Resolution 31. Any no votes? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Joint Resolution 31 is readopted as amended. Senator King.
Thank you, President Carroll. I ask for the morning roll call to be added as co-sponsors on Senate Joint Resolution 31.
Any objection? Seeing none, the morning roll call will be added as co-sponsors to Senate Joint Resolution 31.
Do we have anything else we can do?
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam President. In a moment, we're going to continue on with tributes. Let me just give you a quick update on where our conference committees are at this point. 1001 is done. We're going to wait on that report. 1398 is temporarily recessed and is going to have to come back. And so we're waiting on that to happen. And then following 1398, Conference Committee on Senate Bill 223 will have to convene. So it's the last day. For those of us that have been here, we all understand how this happens. At the same time, we want to proceed with the tributes and honor our departing colleagues. So we're going to go ahead and do that to the best that we can. And if it looks like we're going to have some interference, we'll think about it twice. But with that, Madam President, I would hope we could continue with our tributes.
The Senate will stand in recess to allow us to proceed with honoring our leaving members, and we will keep you updated as soon as we have new announcements on the two remaining conference committees. The Senate is in recess. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam President. Our next honoree up is Senator Lois Taktroff, and I'm going to ask that the tribute be read.
Mr. Majors, would you please read the tribute for Senator Lois Taktroff?
The Senate of the Colorado Legislature, convened in the 69th General Assembly, hereby extends heartiest congratulations and commendation to Senator Lois Taktroff. Senator Lois Taktroff was elected to the 62nd, 63rd, 64th, 65th, 66th, 67th, 68th, and 69th General Assemblies, where she represented her fellow citizens with honor and dignity. During her tenure in the House and Senate, she served with distinction as Senate Assistant Majority Leader and House Minority Whip, as Chair of the Business, Labor, and Technology and Audit Committees, as Vice Chair of the Agriculture, Natural Resources and Energy, and Health and Human Services Committees, and as a member of the Agriculture, Livestock, and Natural Resources, Health, Environment, Welfare, and Institutions, Legislative Council, Local Government, State Veterans and Military Affairs, and Transportation Committees, as well as a number of interim committees. The citizens of Colorado and the members of the Senate express gratitude for her exemplary service to our great state and wish Senator Taktroff well in her future endeavors. Given the 7th day of May 2014, State Capitol, Denver, Colorado, signed Morgan Carroll, President of the Senate.
Mr. Majority Leader.
I heard that comment, and thank you, Madam President. Let the roast begin, and I know there are going to be a lot of people that want to say some things about our friend here. I've had the distinct pleasure of working beside Lois for the last 6 years. And man, if you have her on your side, you know you're in good shape. And if you don't, watch out. She is just an incredible human being, as we all know, with just a huge, vast array of interests. But I don't think anybody would disagree with me when I would say, Lois, you're one tough cookie. You are just an incredible fighter for what you believe in. And I think that's probably as good a trait as you could have coming down here, because frankly, we all come down here because we really care. And Lois is at the top of that. She cares deeply, whether it's about families, whether it's about labor issues. You can go on, and I know a lot of you are going to talk about all of the things that you've done. She also has a fascinating private life. Motorcycles, horseback, occasionally Vegas, tattoos. Am I hearing? we're gonna hear all of these things. But one of the things, man, this is going to bubble up. One of the things I will always remember when you serve on a committee with this young lady, and she is the chair. Man, there is no nonsense. You get down to business, and she gives you that glary eye, which means, Raleigh, shut up. I've heard enough of you. And you do, because she knows where we're going and where we should be going, and she makes sure we head in that direction. I can't tell you how much fun it has been to serve with you. There is never a dull moment. And I find that totally refreshing. You know, there are those people that, you could sit there and have a conversation and you keep waiting and waiting and waiting for them to tell you where they really are. Well, in 5 seconds or less, you know where this lady stands. And I have found that to be something I have thoroughly enjoyed, whether it's been serving on a committee with you, whether it's been in caucus, whether it's with you sitting right behind me here, whether sharing some anecdotes and some things we can talk about and some things that we can't. But it's always been fun, Lois. It has always been fun. And I'm going to let people just talk about all of the stories that come out of their association with you the last 16 years, and maybe then I'll get a chance to have the last word. So let me just ask those of you who would like to come forward, this is your time.
Put her on the consent calendar.
Senator Steadman.
Thank you, Madam President, and it's a pleasure to get to stand here and bid a fond farewell to Senator Lois Tauchtrop, because known her a long time, had a lot of fun, done a lot of good work together, and I'll just say a couple things quickly. One of my favorite memories of Senator Tauchtrop was actually before I was elected as a member of this body. I was here one night on the last day of the session, and actually the gavel had fallen and the session had adjourned sine die, and we were done. And for some reason, I was helping clean Lois's desk. And I'm not talking about the drawers, just the surface of the desk. And it took a couple trash cans and a lot of cleaner to get all of the sticky fluids and the empty bottles and cans and cups tidied up. It was quite a scene, and it just reminds me of, there's some fun to be had in this process as well as you make friends and do the people's work. Lois, I think you are a wonderful representative of your district, and, I didn't speak earlier for Senator Harvey's tribute, but, to you as well, sir, and to all of our departing members. You all represent your districts so well, but having grown up in Adams County and once represented portions of Adams County, there's something special about telling a person from Adams County, you really represent your district, and it's very true of you, Senator Tauchtrop, and you've served them quite well. You leave big shoes to fill, and we'll certainly miss you. Thank you.
Senator Nicholson.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, Senator Tauchtrop and I we share a special bond because we're both nurses. And we have an expression in our profession, once a nurse, always a nurse. And so I was so thrilled when I heard that a nurse was going to be in the legislature, and immediately came down and wanted to meet Senator Tauchtrop, then Representative Tauchtrop, and knew that I had an ally in the legislature that would always understand my profession, our profession, and somebody I could always reach out to for help with any issues that I was concerned about. And I've always appreciated that special connection that we have, and in particular, I very much appreciate how you have advocated for people in nursing homes. And because you and I both have had experience working in nursing homes, we know how vulnerable that population is and how important it is to have someone who advocates for them. And that's going to be my most lasting memory and the one that I treasure the most and appreciate about you. So thank you.
Senator Newell.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, I met Senator Tauchtrop on the phone when I was a candidate, an unexpected candidate, and she would call me every once in a while and show her support, lend some advice. So I have that to really thank you for, and before I even got in to the chamber. But when we served on HHS together, it was hilarious, because if you've ever served on a committee with Senator Tauchtrop, she has some of the funniest faces that you could ever see. I mean, if a witness is saying something that's really like, really, and her face, it was just hilarious. So I really loved that time with her. But I noticed this morning when she mentioned, I didn't think I was that scary. Well, actually, Senator Tauchtrop, You are that scary to a lot of people. You are the only senator in the building who's made my daughter cry. And she loves to tell that story. But also, even some of the lobbyists have come to me saying, now, I'm scared to talk drop, so I'm going to talk to you. And so it's really funny to hear what that's like from other people's perspective. But what I absolutely adore about Senator Talk Drop is how you embody your district, how you stand fervently for your district, and how in the chamber, in the caucus, in public, I mean, you really, really stand strong. And one of the things I so respect about you is that your word is your word. And even if you have to plug your nose, you will keep with your vote. When you say you're going to vote a certain way, you say you will. And I so honor and respect that. And thank you for the years of service that you've helped us with context and history, and that has been so helpful as well. So thank you. It's been an honor to push.
Thank you. Senator Hodge.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, I've known Senator Talk Drop for a very long time. We've gone through some really good times and some really bad times. I sat with her through the recount the year she won by 23 votes. But we've had better times since then. But I want to tell you, I'm from Adams County, and I'm not scared of Lois Talk Drop.
Spoken from another Adams County strong woman. Madam President Pro Tem. She's going to dish.
Dish. Thank you, Madam President. Of course, it's an honor to be here today to say some words about my friend, and also to say some words about what she's meant to me. It's always a good thing when we can grow up and have people that we might call mentors, or people that teach us some things. And Lois Talk Drop has done that for me. She has always reminded me of Governor Ann Richards from Texas. You know? That's an honor.
It is
yeah,
a real
that's
honor.
An honor. And there's a little bit of LBJ in her as well. You know, LBJ stuffed the ballot boxes, did all kinds of things like that. I'm not saying that you did that, but anyway. Anyway, there's a little bit of LBJ and Ann Richards. Ann Richards in terms of how, you know, she had kind of the same color of hair, and she rode a horse, and she rode a Harley, and she did some other, I think she had a couple of tattoos, and she did some things like that. Ann Richards loved, oh, you don't have to go yet, I'm not good, it's not X-rated yet. But I can sit down. But both Ann Richards and LBJ, you know, as gruff and funny as they were, and hard as they were, they also cared deeply about the poor and about children, and that's what. Senator Marvel, do you mind? What are you doing? I want her to hear every word. I told you. Anyway, well, we'll go on to something else now. I'll always remember how you were so emotional and strong about the Armenian resolution. Every time there'll be an Armenian resolution that comes up, I will always think of you, and because of what you've done with that, I want you to know that I will always support it, and if need be, sponsor the Armenian resolution. You've been such a good reminder to us all of historic events, as well as, you know, how to move forward. I know that we never know how many days we have on this earth. And so when we say goodbye to somebody that we've been used to working with every day, we don't know if that's the last goodbye or if that's just a so long kind of a thing. But Senator Truck Stop, I just want you to know that I hope that our days of friendship will continue, and I hope that there'll be many, many days where we gather and discuss bills and discuss issues and just discuss life, whether it be horses or dogs or labor issues or whatever, best place to go get a tattoo, whatever those issues are. I hope that there'll be many, many more days like that. I know when I'm in my office and I hear that it's Lois Toptrop, that she knocks like that, and I'll say, that's Truck Stop. And the door opens, and that is Truck Stop. And I will miss that. I will miss it.
Senator John.
She tried to pay me not to come down here when we came to the office this morning. Because, you know, she's my office mate, and we all know that we probably know more than what y'all should know. Just saying. Well, let's see. We could talk about, nope, can't talk about that. Well, the tattoos.
Oh, jeez.
No, okay, we can't talk about that. Huh. We just have so much to talk about with Senator Toptrop. But you know what? The one thing that she always did say, and she was right, you vote your district. And your word is your word. And those are the things all of us have heard come out of her mouth over and over and over again. You know, I don't know what I'm going to do without you. I truly, truly, truly do not. You know, I don't know if any of you have noticed, but we have, there's three of us this year. It would be Senator Hodge, and I know I'm not supposed to use names, and Truck Stop and I, and people see us together and they go, oh, did you talk to the sisters about where they are on that bill? So we've gotten kind of a reputation here, and you're going to be sorely missed, Senator Toptrop, because I don't know what I'm going to do without you. But there's one thing, well, no, we can't talk about that either. No, can't talk about that. Let me think. I know. Somebody else should probably ask her about the leather halter top. Yep. We are so going to miss you. And I've known you for a very, very long time. And she's going to Vegas next week, so she's out here. We love you.
Senator Marble.
Thank you so much, Madam President. You know, this place is so much more than just about working together. It's about watching each other and the interpersonal relationships that come about, and also listening outside to the other stories that come in. And what really made me come down was when Madam President Pro Tem was talking about all the things that, the stories about what Lois has rode. I came down just to verify, is it true? The Zamboni story? And she's going, what? And there is a Zamboni story going around. And I was just wondering if it was true. And evidently, I think there's something to it to which she would like to deny. And that is something that I will leave to the people who told me. But I think it's something to delve into and will be a legend for quite a while, because I think it's the best story that's been told about you yet. But I have not served on a committee with Lois, but I did have a resolution regarding professional rodeo. And that in itself told me, Lois and I have a lot to talk about. And we have a past that isn't, you know, two parting paths. It's the same path. And that's what's so wonderful about serving with the people here. It's those relationships you make. And I know that down the road, Lois is not going to be someone I knew. She is going to continue to be somebody I know. And this is what is so wonderful about being able to serve here in the legislature and in the Senate. And I want to thank Lois for her smiles, for her support of Pro Rodeo, and for the Zamboni story, to which I will tell her more about once we adjourn. Thank you, Lois.
Senator Johnston.
Thank you, Madam President. I actually asked Phil if I could do this tribute in a black halter top reclining on a motorcycle, but he wouldn't let me bring the motorcycle down, so I was stuck without it. I do know that story. It's a fantastic one. I also, it's great because I think in my first year here, Senator Brophy convinced me to get this newfangled Google voicemail thing that translates all of your voicemails into text. And I remember the first call I got was from Lois. And I went to read it, and it said, "You have a call from Not Lost Truck Stop." I thought that was perfect. Never lost truck stop. That's Lois. So since then, I've called her that. But I do think that people probably should take note of what will be an unprecedented legislative set of accomplishments that Lois has put together in 16 years. And here's what I challenge you. Who in history has ever accomplished these things? At the same time, been chair of the beer caucus, chair of the sportsman's caucus, and chair of the rubber band ball drop, all at the same time. Never been done. Probably never been done. But in all seriousness, I got to know Lois before I came to the Capitol as well. I was a principal up in her district, and I remember we had the president visit our school once, and we had Lois visit our school once, and the second required about twice as much security and preparation. And I was twice as scared when she came in the building. But I think that when you think about what makes your unique record of Adams County, and I do think there's probably will never be someone again who would be both the prime sponsor on just this session, on telecom and on TIF, on adoption rights and on trailer park issues, on labor issues, and on, you were the first sponsor of concealed carry. I mean, sort of, you embody, I think, a sentiment of all that I love about Adams County, and all that I loved about working there, and all that I miss about not being there now. I just think my profound lesson that I got from you that I hope I never forget is there is no one like you who has shown me that you can take the work incredibly seriously without taking yourself seriously. And every day I come in and sit behind you, I can't stop but smiling again to do this work. And I think as long as I come in and keep smiling, it's probably worth doing. So I just can't thank you enough for that lesson. It's been such a privilege to sit next to you.
Thank you. Senator Ulibarri.
Thank you, Madam President. And thank you, Senator Toktrop, for everything you've done. For me, it's interesting to stand here and say, when I was a sophomore in high school, you were my state representative. And you have been in this chamber since. And it is an incredible honor to have 2 years that I was able to serve with you in this chamber and see why you made such an impact on Adams County. Like you, I am tattooed. Like you, I'm a little rough around the edges. But like you, and like Adams County, our real true self is in our soft center, in our heart. I remember when I went to go talk to you about getting your endorsement for running for office. We went to a coffee shop. We went to Dasbog in your district, sat down, and within the first minute and a half, you said, "Nope, I'm not endorsing you. I'm endorsing the other guy." There's no other person running at that time. He wasn't a declared candidate. But at that time, I got a pretty quick answer. In a minute and a half, she wasn't with me. She was with the other guy. But after a 45-minute conversation and sitting through coffee, I couldn't hold a grudge against her for not endorsing me. I loved her for every single thing that she talked about. She told me stories of Sturgis. She talked about her childhood and her father passing away and having a labor union support her dream of becoming a nurse. And it became abundantly clear why everyone loves Lois. And it's that she has a heart of gold. And yes, we in Adams County have tattoos. We look real tough on the outside, but we're real softies. I also think of your legacy down here and what you've been able to accomplish. You run, I think, more bills than almost any other person. Maybe Pat gives you a run for your money down here. But some of us come down here to make a name for ourselves or to do the big shiny work, and you do the work to make everything else work. Yeah, I've heard you called Senator Sunset because you actually know every single thing that's happening in state government and ensure that it's going to work the next year. You've headed audit committee. You know the problems, and then you go back and do the hard work to fix it. Not for a name, not for recognition, but with the understanding that at the end of the day, if you don't do it, no one else will. And if you don't do it, what we do down here doesn't matter for the people of Colorado. It is a behind-the-scenes job that you don't get credit for that I think you should. You've helped make Colorado work for every single person here in the state, and it is your legacy of doing that kind of work that inspires me moving forward. So, thank you.
Mr. Minority Leader?
Thank you, President Carroll. I think you're it. You're the last one that's been here longer than me. You know, we're not just losing colleagues anymore when you've been here this long. You're definitely losing close friends. I was thinking back to when we first met and when I first got here. Doug Dean was the incoming speaker at the time, and it was one of the first functions. I don't think I've ever told you this. That was one of the first functions that we went to when we used to have functions to go to. I think we should use today as a continuing bashing of 41. Thank you, Congressman, and all your great ideas. We won't even get into the fracking stuff. Sure, why not? Right? We're recessed. Anyway, so we're at a function, and I was with a group of folks, and Doug Dean came over, and we started talking. He said, you know, I'm just going to give you the first piece of advice here. There's only 3 people that you need to know. 2 of them were lobbyists, and the other one was a legislator, and the legislator was Lois Talktrop, coming from the incoming speaker. It wasn't even one of the members from our side, and Lois was part of a weekly, sometimes daily poker game that we used to have, and as it got towards the end, we had a pretty stacked up calendar, nothing like the efficiency that we saw here this year. We had a massive, massive calendar of bills coming up in the end days, and no consent calendar, so there was a whole lot of stuff running that not everybody seemed interested in participating in, so we had a kind of a running poker game going on in the Speaker's office, and I wish everybody had a camera then like they have now, because anytime there was a division, there were 6 Republicans and Lois coming on a division vote into the out of the Speaker's office into the aisle, into the chamber to cast a division vote, and that's just how those bills were stacked up at that point. We also played a couple games that Lois didn't like to play, poker games, and nothing with halter tops, just poker games, no leather. But I think one of them that you really had a distaste for was Omaha High-Low, and I think the other one was 4-Knock Challenge, but she was such a good sport. She'd say, I hate this game, but I'm all in. Thanks for the money. Yeah. My son needed braces. He got part of them from you. Second, so first, also that first year, we were coming up on sine die. It was really a hot day in the house, and Lois was walking around with a picture of something, and I was standing in the back with a coffee cup, and she comes by and she goes, you need some of this. And everybody else that's talking too much needs more of this. And off she went, and I took a sip and I sat down, and here comes the assistant majority leader. You'll have to guess who it is. Have you seen anybody drinking alcohol in here? Because it's not allowed, and I hear there's drinking going on. Like, I didn't even want to breathe out because I had just taken a gulp of whatever she had just poured in my coffee cup. Nothing here, nothing here. You have been referred to by the many nicknames that you hold. Let me just warn those that are listening. Those are affectionate names for those who she considers friends, and if you don't believe me, ask the lobbyist that called her truck stop this year that didn't know her yet. They didn't do it twice. I think what we're losing with term limits is the opportunity to learn from those who came before us and leave to those who come behind us. And that's unfortunate, and that's a real disservice to the state. Was mentioned earlier, your observance of some of those traditions and those rules. You mentioned your word is your bond, and if you make a commitment, you stick. And man, it can get really tough to stick to a commitment you made. And you probably remember a little insurance bill I ran. I had 27 co-sponsors before it went to appropriations, and I had 26 phone calls from my colleagues saying, I have to come off your bill now. But not from Lois. Not from Lois. She knows how to count votes, doesn't take anything for granted, a lesson to be learned. And the other thing I think that we don't always realize is carry them, don't marry them. Carry them. It is our work product. It's not who we are, it's what we do. And if you get so close that your emotions are so on edge based on the passage or failure of something that you think is so important, just think of the hundreds, thousands of people that have come through here and look back and see if they left an impression. You got to carry this stuff. You don't marry this stuff. It can't mean everything to you what happens here. Put your heart into it, but then move on. And I think you actually have the amazing ability to separate politics from policy here. A lot of us have a chance to make a point. Some of us have a chance to make a difference. You knew when to do which, and you certainly made a difference here. And last but not least, with less than 10 hours to go, it's time that we all just got this out in the open. It's time to come out of the closet, Lois. You are truly one of my favorite Republicans.
Senator Kerr.
Thank you, Madam President. Trying to think back to when I first met Lois Tauchtrop, and I was a very new, fresh, young volunteer on the Mike Feely for Governor campaign. And one of my first volunteer duties was to staff him at a fundraiser, and I had to drive him up to somewhere in Adams County. I have no idea where. And he was telling me, we're going to see one of my colleagues up there. Her name is Lois Tauchtrop, and she's helping to host this fundraiser to me. And we ended up in some bar, which, let me start over. My name is Andy Kerr. I'm from Jefferson County, and I am scared of Lois Tauchtrop. And coming out of from central Jefferson County and getting in a car with a gubernatorial candidate, I thought it was pretty cool. We were going to go to these really nice fundraisers and very fancy places and stuff, and I drove Mike to the address and following the directions, and I don't remember the name of the place. All I know is that there were a lot of motorcycles that were made in America parked outside, and it was not exactly my impression of a place to take a gubernatorial candidate for a fundraiser. But we went in. There were a lot of people, get this, they were smoking. There were people smoking in a bar with motorcycles parked outside, and it was quite a shock to a young guy from Jefferson County. But we met Lois there, and it was a very successful event, and I got a little taste of where someday would be Senator Tauchtrop, where she came from and what her life was like and what her district was like. Fast forward a few years to a little over a year ago, when I'm not exactly sure who I wronged, but found myself sitting between Truck Stop and Senator John, and not knowing, which way to turn on things. But I can't tell you that the the 7 years I spent in the House, I never learned as much about being a legislator as I have the last year or so, sitting right here next to Lois. So it's been an experience, and I've known you a very long time, but I have to say my education really didn't start until about a year ago, sitting next to you. And I'm not sure that it quite ended last night with stories of tattoos and leather halter tops, but it certainly continued at that point. And I know my education won't be over until you're gone, but we will definitely miss you here. Thank you, Lois.
Senator Jones.
Thank you, Madam President. I met Lois in either 1985 or 1986. It might have been, in fact, at the Edelweiss Club in Commerce City. I don't know. No? Okay.
I lived off of Broadway.
Right. So Lois had moved to town not long before I decided to run for the State House. And we door knocked together, if I remember right. And she's told me multiple times since I've been back down here that I needed her more than she needed me. She was told that by a lot of people, and I think that's very true. And then I know she started doing advocacy work for biking, not kind you pedal, but the other kind of bikes. And heard about 6 years later, after I'd left, that she was in the State House, which didn't surprise me, and I thought that worked. That was fitting for Lois. And I always called her Lois, and people would know her by Lois. You didn't even have to say the last name. What I've appreciated about Lois coming back down here is she still has that old school way of thinking. Your word is your bond. You're straightforward with people. You do your work, and you try to set that example and show people. And Lois often talks about having to represent your district, but the most important thing about Lois is she is her district. I served there 6 years. I had the honor of serving in Adams County. Senator Ulibarri, when he was in elementary school, I remember probably knocking on your door at one time or another. But people in that district in southern Adams County are straightforward, hardworking, salt of the earth. And I've gone back on a number of occasions to do campaign stuff or whatnot and run into people and saying, I really, really feel at home here because of those qualities. And that's what Lois has. And she fits her district. It's not she votes her district, she is her district. And I think they have benefited from that. And southern Adams County Democrats are more moderate conservative folks. They always have been. And Lois fits right in. So I'm proud to have say that I got to serve with John Soper, who also helped me, and Lois Tockdrop from Adams County. And you've made this a better place, Lois, and I'm glad you stood up and spent all this time helping the state be a better place.
Yeah. Senator Brophy.
I'll tell you a poignant Lois Tockdrop story that might tell you a little bit about her. And a little bit about why, as a side note, another reason why she reminds me of my mom, which is why I love you so much. The day, I don't know why I was coming over here, I think I was in the house, the day that the smoking ban passed in here, it was a fight. Oh. I ran into her walking out the door crying. And it was one more reason why you reminded me of my mom, because had she still been alive at that time, whew, you all would have met her, and you'd have been more sorry than you were when you passed the gun control measures, let me tell you right now. So you're my friend, and I like you, and I respect you, and I love you, and I thank you for your time, and I wish you the best of luck in your retirement.
Thank you. Senator Harvey.
Thank you, Madam President. I couldn't sit down and let this young lady go by without coming to say something, because I have carried right to work every year that I've been in the legislature practically. And I've always had this evil nemesis on the other side of the aisle who has always come up and fought me with a smile on her face, but incredible tenacity. And I also carried a bill, which I thought was just a simple little bill, which was an elevator regulatory reform bill, which somehow, in the process of some legislation that was passed, we really screwed over business owners and the costs that they had to have to fix their elevators that were already there. So I had some business owners come and say, would you carry this bill just to fix this little technical thing? And little did I know that that was a union issue. Lois knew that it was a labor issue. And I was out in the lobby talking with some of the friends of labor, and Lois comes out there and she starts getting in my face. And I said, you're only out here against this bill because you are a friend of labor. And then I said, no, it's not just that you're a friend of labor, you're a friend of labor, which was a bad F word that started in front of that. And the next thing I know, Lois comes in the next day or two later with a placard like these with FFOL on her name tag. She had one made up, and she proudly wore it to committee the next day. She is a friend of labor, a tenacious friend of labor, and I will always love her for that. I'll miss you, my friend.
Senator Aguilar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam President. I am so sorry. Senator Cadman, if you ever go away, I'll just have to leave with you. Fair trade, don't you think? Yeah, I think so. I had the honor of serving as the Vice Chair in Business, Labor, and Technology in my first year here in the legislature, and as I've often confessed, and you all have seen by my actions, I've never been in politics before, and I didn't know how things worked. And as you know, Lois runs a really quick meeting. In fact, I think if anyone ever took times, I'm sure she has the record for any meeting, for the shortest, quickest meeting. And so Lois didn't know me that well, and we went through some bill that she thought was really quick and easy, and we're done, and she looks to me, and we take the vote, and she looks to me and she says, okay, Senator Aguilar, why don't you vote to PI that bill? I said, but Senator Talktrap, that bill just passed. She said, it passed? Who voted for it? I said, I did. And unfortunately, that was the start of many times in which I seem to have run up against Lois. I think it's because I was a doctor and she was a nurse. It just sort of was naturally there the first year. And as some of you know, we had a little bit of a tussle last year. And the thing about Lois is that at the end of the day, Lois is about what she's here for. And she's not here for power, and she's not here for position. She is really here to serve the people and to help the people. And one of the things I'll never forget is that she really turned me around my first year as well. I ran a bill that the nursing homes hated, and I learned about the nursing home lobby. And Lois kept saying, you just need to go to nursing homes. And I finally actually took her advice and did. And I've told her she can count on me to help the people who choose to live in nursing homes from here moving forward. So I want to thank her for that. And because of our little bit of head-butting relationship, when I read this quote that is sometimes attributed to Molly Ivins, I think of Lois. It says if you can't take their money, drink their whiskey, screw their women, and vote against them anyway, you don't belong in the legislature. Thanks, Lois.
Thank you.
So Senator Toktrop, before we give you your opportunity for a couple comments here, I just wanted to add, I don't think I'm the only one who shares this, but part of why I and we love you so much is because you're real. Despite holding the distinction of the longest number of years of public service in this building, a position where power could go to one's head, you are as real as you must have been the first day when you first sat in here. You say what you mean what you say. Coming in as a freshman, I will say that I learned this unmistakably, which is shut up, you are talking way too long. And that was a very valuable lesson, I think, for all of us. But wasting no time, all about results, all the time. Always say what you think, mean what you say, never have to wonder if there's really a double meaning, a double message. It is a breath of fresh air and an honor and a privilege. And you are going to be deeply, deeply missed, Lois. We love you and we are going to miss you. I'll turn over the microphone. Senator Toktrop. Oh, Mr. Majority Leader, I'm sorry, I didn't see you sitting there.
Thank you, Madam President. And before I turn the microphone over to her, I want to give her what we have over here. And let me just take 2 seconds to sum up what I think I heard about you, my friend. This is a lady who knows who she is, who knows what she believes in, who knows where she's going. She knows what she's committed to and what she believes in, that her word is her bond, and enjoys life to the fullest. Lois, it's been a privilege to serve with you. We're going to miss you more than you will ever know.
Thank you.
And let me present to you.
This is beautiful.
It is absolutely gorgeous. And it says to Lois Toktrop, Representative 1999, 2004, Senator 2005, 2014.
Beautiful. Thank
Congratulations.
you. Thank you.
Senator Toktrop.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, everybody, for the kind, kind words. You know, I just want to quote Jerry Garcia and say what a long, strange trip it's been. I was a deadhead many, many, many years ago. Is anybody surprised? Probably not. I want to tell you, when I came down here, interestingly enough, I'll give you a little history. When I met Matt Jones, we had just moved from the mountains, and Matt Jones was running for a state representative, and we decided to get involved in politics. And Matt Jones, I walked for him, and I can remember went to one of his parties after he was elected. It was a thank you party for the people that did his work. And Matt recognized me, and I was like, oh my gosh, a state representative knew my name. I was so impressed. And people need to remember these words, because remember what other people think of us, and remember that we should not hold ourselves in awe, but it's unfortunate that many people hold us in awe, and I really don't like that. But when my good friend Alice Nichol got elected to the House, I came down here and I volunteered with her, and I thought, boy, everybody is so smart in the legislature, until I started looking around and I thought, you know what, I'm as smart as they are. You know, I mean, come on, let's face it. And anyway, it's been a wonderful, long, strange trip. I was looking back on my record, and I honestly don't think I was ever absent one day in the 16 years that I was down here. If I was, I'm mistaken, and if people want to look at those records. But I was late one day because of the weather. I was excused twice, once to get my nails done during a long debate in the House, and once because things are important, gentlemen. And once because my husband had
an appointment for a colonoscopy, and I had to take him home. But three things I've always told everybody, and I want everybody to remember these things because it seems like we are losing these. And term limits may have a lot to do with it, but I think more than term limits, what a lot of things have to do to make this body less congenial is Amendment 41. I'm one of the last few people that were around before Amendment 41. We have Senator Cadman, Senator Harvey, Senator Brophy, Senator John, and Senator Todd and Senator Hodge that remember how much more congenial it was prior to Amendment 41 when people would go out afterwards and you would talk to and you meet them on a social basis and you could get along so much better. It's changed, and it's really unfortunate, and it's changed for the worse. But three things I tell everybody, and I think is so important. There's probably four things. One, never lie. Your word is the only thing that you have down here. Remember who brought you to the dance. Remember, vote your constituency. You can't make a bad bill good by amending it. That's another one. And those are the things. And the four things I'm extremely proud of in all my years that I'm down here is that I was able to work for nursing home residents and twice to get their increase in personal needs. That is so important to me. It took me a long time, many years, but I did meth lab cleanup for homes, and it makes homes safer now for people when they move them to that they know that they're not contaminated by meth. Of course, a lot of you are so happy to hear about this bill, but the firefighters' collective bargaining bill was extremely important to me too. And also today was a milestone that I am so extremely proud of, that I passed TIP financing. And those are the three things that I remember. And I'll remember you all. I remember you all fondly. And this is a bittersweet moment, but frankly, I'm ready. I'm tired, and started out here as a young biker, and I'm leaving as a senior citizen. So 16 years is a long time. Biker fighter. Anyway, thank you, everybody. Thank you for your kind words, and thank you.
Bill, you're up.
Mr. Minority Leader. We're in recess. So members, while we're recessing, we're waiting on the committee report on House Bill 1001, which we need before we can act on, and to get confirmation when we're ready to reconvene on House Bill 1398 Conference Committee. And the Conference Committee on Senate Bill 223 will be upon adjournment of the Conference Committee on 1398. Those are our last official pieces of business. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam President. I think we're still in recess, but I want to ask, give Senator Herpin a moment to introduce his wife.
Senator Herpin.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm pleased to have my wife of almost 49 years with me. Her birthday is on Friday. I won't tell you how old she will be, but please join me in welcoming her and wish her happy birthday. Thank you.
Mr. Majors, would you please read the tribute to Senator Steve King?
The Senate of the Colorado Legislature, convened in the 69th General Assembly, hereby extends heartiest congratulations and commendation to Senator Steve King. Senator Steve King was elected to the 66th, 67th, 68th, and 69th General Assemblies, where he represented his fellow citizens with honor and dignity. During his tenure in the House and Senate, he served with distinction as Vice Chair of the Audit Committee and as a member of the Business Affairs and Labor, Judiciary, Local Government, Transportation and Energy Committees, as well as a number of interim committees. The citizens of Colorado and the members of the Senate express gratitude for his exemplary service to our great state and wish Senator King well in his future endeavors. Given the 7th day of May 2014, the state capital, Denver, Colorado, signed Morgan Carroll, President of the Senate.
Hey, just jumping straight to the point there, Senator King.
Thank you, President Carroll. I move to limit debate and call for the question.
No one? All opposed? No! You are overruled and out of order. Mr. Minority Leader. Put him in prison.
Thank you, President Carroll. I think it was no accident that a pretty shiny object was on our desk today so that we would forget to do this. Pretty. Sorry, it didn't work. A gift from our esteemed colleague. Do you know he's a cop? Do you know he's a cop? Another good friend, another long-term good friend that many of us are losing and that many of us have served with now in 2 houses. Doesn't this make some of you want to run for the House? So you can have more friends? Because you get a lot more over there. I wouldn't consider them friends. Different issue. Steve's definitely one of the folks that epitomizes the personal challenge of serving here when you consider the distance that he's traveled, and like many of us, raising a young family, and you get to read about your life more in depth on the newspaper than you share with your close friends in a coffee shop. I think back when you first started, we didn't even pay our members for the travel that they were required to do their jobs. And some of you have not suffered that. But we changed that a few years ago to make sure that if a legislator had to do their job and had to actually go out of their district to get to their district, that they could get reimbursed. We had a whole bill this year to deal with committees assignments for the interim where people were required to serve by law and yet not able to be reimbursed for their service here, frankly taking it out of their own personal and family resources. Senator King and I had discussions on this over the years, but he never complained. He never complained. He just said, I need to bring this to your attention, that we have an issue. This is a challenge. That's dedication. A few years ago, my wife and I were watching a program one evening, and the show came on about our friend the cop finding the murderers in an investigation on that show, 48 Hours. And I'm like, hun, you remember Steve King? I work with Steve King. She goes, no, I don't. Why don't I? Why don't I know Steve King? And Steve also epitomizes one of the commandments. Ronald Reagan said, let no Republican talk ill of another Republican. We call that the 11th commandment. The 12th is, do not covet thy colleague's hair. Does that look a little bit different when I do it? You can see the lenses shutting down up there to keep the glare down. Yeah. Next. Some people are term limited, some people limit themselves. Maybe those are the smart ones. We're going to miss Steve King. And I think the greatest legacy, and many of us are talking about the bill that finally came to fruition this year that he and the Senate President ran, is a legacy of not success for Steve King or President Carroll, but a success legacy that the state of Colorado can share, and frankly not just the state, the 44 million people that drink the water that starts in this state are going to benefit from something that was years and years and years in the making. And that came from commitment and facing a lot of challenges. And I heard one or two pretty terse conversations with a couple folks on the first floor over the years. I'm not sure what that was about. We wish you Godspeed in the future, all the best success in your upcoming election, and maybe some consideration if some of us are trying to get through your area of the state a little quicker to get to a legislative meeting or spend some time away from home. Just a little bit. We're going to miss you.
Senator Shuffle.
Thank you, President Carroll. Steve, congratulations. Thanks for your service. When I think of Senator King, a couple of things are just going to be kind of epitomize who you are. Over the time that we've been able to serve together, periodically I would get a phone call from Senator King or a text or something. I actually even got one today. They were always very precise. When I think of you, I think of vigilant, prepared, ready, intense. These phone calls or texts would say, I need 6 minutes of your time. I need 8 minutes of your time. We'd carve it out, we'd sit down. What needed to be said was organized, it was thorough, and it was correct. Just bringing something to my mind, to attention, something that needed to be dealt with, and I will miss those. And so if you feel like it, shoot me a text, shoot me a phone call. Let me know you need a couple of minutes of my time. The other one's interesting, and I'll bet most people missed it. I almost missed it. We were here debating the other night, several nights ago, and it was one of our late nights. I frankly don't remember the details, but odd thing for here, something came flying over the balcony. And I was sitting right here, and I didn't really think too much of it. It just kind of, it caught the corner of my eye, and I remember turning around, and there was a scurry of activity, the middle row here. Senator Grantham was trying to figure out what was going on. I think it hit your vicinity, and the sergeants were running around and trying to figure out what was going on, and I caught out of the corner of my eye Senator King. I turned around, and here was this colleague of ours, stone-faced, riveted, standing, scanning this place like the trained individual he is. I looked at him, I thought to myself, Oh my gosh, he's on duty. He's on duty. And it really was a remarkable thing to see. And so, Senator King, it has been an honor and privilege to serve with you. I know that one of the things you've done in this place is keep an eye on us. And that's something you've taken seriously. It's part of your character. It's part of who you are. It's part of your training. It was an honor and privilege to see that kick into gear that night. I know it was ultimately nothing, but thank you. And we'll miss you, and keep in touch. Shoot me a text. Thanks.
Senator Newell.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, my first couple of years here, I was served on judiciary, and then I am now returning to judiciary this year. And I can tell you, sitting next to Senator King, he is one of the best at questioning people. And really, you can see, exactly, Counselor, you can see his brain ticking. You can see where he's going with his questioning. And it is fascinating to watch. I am so appreciated. We are usually on the same page, not all the time, but usually in judiciary, and I'm so going to miss you and your insight there, your service that you have given on the committee with the longest name, the mentally ill with the criminal justice, you know, that whole committee, and coming out again without any reimbursement at first. So he really has stood strong with that, and some of the issues for the domestic violence and the victims' rights, and you really have made an impression here on victims and victims' rights, and I'm very grateful for the work that you've done there. I thought this morning when I was thinking about you that all of your work with the planes and getting the planes, and I know that someday when we have those up in the air, I'm going to see you in my mind's eye, deplane, deplane. So I just wanted to say good luck. We so wish you well, and I am very much going to miss you. Thank you for your service.
Senator King, okay, well, sorry, Senator Rivera, I didn't see you there. Senator Rivera, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, I had the good fortune to be seated over there in the corner by Senator Cadman here, sitting next to Steve King, Senator King, I'm sorry, I apologize. And tell you what, that was been a very interesting and a very learning experience back there. He's taught me a lot of things back there in the corner, but I got to honestly say that there are times I looked over to Senator King and I says, "What are we doing?" And he says, "I don't have a clue." And maybe that has to do with his trips from Grand Junction. It still amazes me that he leaves at 2 o'clock in the morning to get here on time. And if the snow's out there, I'm saying, "How was your trip?" And he says, "It was terrible, terrible, terrible." But again, being law enforcement, we have that kinship, as we all do in law enforcement. And so that's way cool. But now I want to relay that. I guess the thing that stands out, the thing that I remember most about Senator King was the time that he wanted to make, well, it went something like this. Now, you know, I'm really concerned about this bill. Really. And what seems to be your problem with this bill? I just don't understand why we need this particular bill at this particular time. You know, I agree with you, and I think that maybe we should ask for this bill to be removed or at least voted down. I thoroughly agree with you, and I think maybe you should make that motion. I will gladly do so. Senator King.
Very nice.
And good luck. And thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Senator Harvey.
Thank you, Madam President. And Senator Rivera, I was going to bring that up. I thought it was one of the finest moments at this mic when Steve King came up here and debated himself. And he won on both sides. A couple of things about Steve. Whenever Steve, one of the things that I've learned in the couple of years that I've been down here, that I try to express to young people coming into the chambers, is the fewer times you are up here, the more powerful your statements are. And that is no more true than for Steve King, because he very seldom will come to the mic. Very seldom will come to the mic. But when he does, you can hear a pin drop, because you know what he is going to say is going to be very thoughtful, very passionate, and to the point. And oftentimes will change the entire direction of the debate, because he is so passionate about what he comes to the mic to talk about. That's a good lesson for all of us, all of you all that are going to be here in the future. Come to the mic as few times as possible, so that when you do, people will listen. Steve is a great example of that. Another great thing that I will remember about Steve is his text, Senator Shuffle. There's a couple, I have a couple of texts that I still have on my phone from Steve that I will always remember Steve from. And as you know, I'm a little fiery sometimes, and I am. And sometimes I'm a little pointed in my questioning. And I get this email at 6:22 in the morning as I'm getting ready to come into appropriations. And it says, "Ted, I need your help. I need a favor. I need you to ask me some pointed questions about the governor's lack of encouragement on the Wildfire Corps legislation in committee, please. Feel free to ask Scott to pile on as well. Thanks, Steve." If you would have been there in that committee, I guarantee you we piled on to the governor in not supporting that bill. So later I said, "So was that what you were looking for?" with a smile on my face, with a smiley thing. And he said, "Outstanding!" Exclamation point, exclamation point. It was a good team effort, and I am so proud of the fact that Steve's tenacity got us to the point where this year we were able to get that bill passed and have the governor sign it. And Stephen, it was a pleasure and an honor to serve with you. God bless you, my friend.
Senator Todd.
Thank you, Madam President. And I had the distinct privilege of serving with Senator King as a representative and as a senator. And a couple of things that I have said to him that I think he has served his community well. Grand Junction has been so well represented by a wide variety of people. But I think Steve King has been the steadfast voice and the steadfast presence of Grand Junction. And when they have their annual dinner, I said to him, I'd be happy to come to Grand Junction and encourage people to vote for you. And he said, no, please stay home. And so I think there is a reason behind that. But there's no question about his integrity. There's no question about his passion. And as he has come to the well, and as many people have talked about, his words are intent and they are passionate. I think my favorite thing about Steve King is not only his dedication to his family. He is so proud of his boys and so proud of making sure that they toe the mark and that they are given the freedom to decide how they are choosing to pursue their dreams. And I think that is so important, and with leadership like him as a father. But the other thing that is so remarkable, and I can't think of anyone else either in the House or in the chamber, that can do it as well as Steve King. And that's when he has reached the point of absolute frustration and he throws the papers in the air, and that is Steve King. Steve, I will miss serving with you. You have been an absolute model legislator and a great citizen, and you will be a fantastic sheriff for the state of Colorado. Thank you.
Senator Johnston.
Thank you,
Or
Madam
Senator John.
I had the privilege of serving with Senator King in the House, and then, of course, also in the Senate. And we've carried a lot of legislation together. We just made a really great team. We weren't sure which one of us was ever going to be ready for the bill in committee, but I would ask him a question, and he would say, I don't have a clue. He would ask me a question, I would say, I don't have a clue. But we were always ready once we went to committee. And he does keep us safe. You're right, his eye is vigilant. Have you ever gone out to lunch with him? Yeah, Not sure if he remembers this. Go to lunch? Yeah, I'd love to go to lunch. I'll drive, he says. Have you ever ridden with him? So we get in the car, and all of a sudden, we're going the opposite way around the circle, and people are coming this way. I said, what are you doing? You're going to kill us. And he goes, they'll move. And they did. So we're driving straight into traffic, and he said, they'll move. He was better once he got onto the street, sort of. And we would sit back in the back, because we both sat in the back row, and this is when we'd first come into the Senate, I believe. And he is pretty quiet. And sometimes people would drone on and on and on about bills, which we know sometimes people do. And he and I would just laugh. And then he would say, here you go. Here's the keys to my truck. Senator King, will you toss me the keys to your truck? I am so going to miss you. We have carried a lot of stuff together, and you have been a very, very good friend. I'm going to miss having you.
Senator Johnston.
Thank you, President Carroll. Senator King, there's one story that I think embodies to me what makes you such a unique human being, which is it was several years ago, and we were on committee, and it was late at night, and it was one of those committee meetings that had gone for 6 or 7 hours, and there were very, very heated testimony on both sides, and I actually confess I don't remember the bill, but you were bringing the bill, and you had a group of supporters who were very, very passionate on this issue, and there was a member of our committee who was a fellow senator, a woman, who disagreed with you hotly on this issue. And you guys had back and forth for hours. They got pretty heated. And at the end of the presentation, she and others voted no, and your bill died. And the people that were there to support the bill were furious. And as soon as the committee ended, my colleague got up to walk out of the committee room. And you got up and made a beeline for her at the door. And I stepped up because I thought, oh God, King is going to scream at this woman. And I stood right next to you, and you got right next to her, and you grabbed her by the arm, and you said, let me walk you to your car. Because you were afraid that the folks on your side were so upset that they were going to somehow be disrespectful or rude or harass her. And rather than you being upset that she voted no, or upset that the bill died, your first thought was right away to make sure that someone who you thought needed to be looked after was looked after, regardless of which side of the issue they sat on. And I just don't know if there's a better example of kind of what integrity means as a person than that moment. And so I thought about that when I had a big brother who I always looked up to, and the reason why I wanted to be a high school principal was I felt like whenever my big brother was around, no one was going to be made to feel small. Right? People weren't going to get picked on, they weren't going to get left out, they weren't going to get made to feel small, they were going to somehow be made to feel like full people. And I feel like that is the way you behave every day in this building, whether it is the way you treat witnesses, folks who are for you or against you, the way you treat colleagues, folks who are for you or against you, or the way you treat folks in the lobby is that there is a sense that you're going to make sure that you never treat someone in a way that makes them feel small, and you're going to make sure no one else treats them that way. And I just think that is a really rare characteristic. And so whenever kids come to the Capitol, I'll sometimes say, you've probably heard this phrase that sometimes you have to stand up for what you believe in. And I say the most powerful part of the Senate for me is that is true here. Like when a vote gets called, you don't push a fancy little button on a computer screen. They say, well, all those in favor, please stand. And in those moments that you have to stand, sometimes you got to stand alone. And as I was thinking about your departure today, I was thinking of this Dr. King quote, which is a favorite of mine, which is, there comes a time when one must make a stand, not because it is politic or it is popular or it is safe, but because his conscience tells him that it is right. And I feel like your service here has been a story of you having the courage to take a stand on things that your conscience tells you that are right, even when they're not popular or politic. And so it has been a real honor to serve with you, and I hope that we'll have the chance to work together a lot down the road, because I would gladly follow you into any foxhole.
Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Madam President. On a lighter note, Senator King and at that time Representative King served together, served in the House, and Steve and I having some type of similar background. I was former law enforcement. He's never former law enforcement. He's always, as you heard, ever vigilant. We've talked several times. I served on committees with him. And we've talked several times about legislation that Steve King has passed. And it'll be, wow, who was that guy that passed that King Tancrus air fire suppression bill? They won't know. I'll say, what about that other piece of legislation that got passed? What was that guy's name? And they won't know. But if you bring up that guy with the perfect hair, who was he? They'll know it exactly. It's Steve King. And he really does. He has a sense of humor. He really does. Senator John, sorry, said your name, but anyway, was talking about him driving. I'm going home one Friday. And I'm paying attention to what I'm doing, but I keep seeing this vehicle coming up, dropping back. Coming up, dropping back, and I thought, who is this idiot? Just, because never actually got to where I turned to see him because he'd be dropping back. And it was him, and he was just playing. He was just playing, but he finally saw who it was, and we had a good laugh about it, and he went on. But he's been a good friend. He's mentored me on a lot of stuff when I got here as a freshman. And I just wanted to say that, Steve, I really appreciate everything that you've done for me as an individual, for the body, and for the people of the state of Colorado. God bless you, and good luck on your future.
Senator Aguilar was next.
Senator King, I had a little present I wanted to give you. I wondered if you'd come up here. Just a little sheriff button. And we're all so excited about your continued service for Mesa County. And I know that you haven't had a chance to really get started on your campaign yet. And so we took the liberty of drafting some signs for you. And we're all willing to come out.
I'm never going to make it.
Oh, he may just be loved to death here. Yeah. Senator Renfro.
That was good. That was very good. Senator King, it's been an honor to serve with you, and
I think it's probably true. We could have a poll to see, but I would honestly think that Steve is the one that probably drove the most miles through his term here. I'd wonder if, Senator Brophy probably drove a few too, but I don't know who has the most round-trip miles, seeing how I think you drove home every week, rain or snow, no matter what, and I know what that's like to be on the road, and that's a lot of time. That's a lot of time not even here or there, but time in between, and that takes a lot of heart and a servant's heart to be able to give that much of your time that's not even, in a lot of ways, productive to either place. And I want to thank you for that, I guess, and to point that out, because that's a sacrifice in itself. And when you come from the corners of our state, and you have done that, and it was an honor to serve on the audit committee with you. That's probably my fondest memories here, is your thoughtfulness and law enforcement mentality of trying to get to the facts, which I think you truly brought to that committee in trying to analyze things and to look at what they had brought to us and what was the best way to proceed with the information that the auditors brought. And I think that was a good perspective for this legislative body, for the General Assembly, with the input and the audit requests and the things that you did serving there. And I know, on a side note also, there's a colleague of yours you sit by that's, like all of us, going to miss you. And I know you two, it was fun to sit in front of you two and hear you two go back and forth through the year. And, that's some of the stuff that happens in here that I know you appreciate that, and I've enjoyed that. And good luck in your future, and God bless you.
Senator Grantham.
I told Steve when I went over and sat next to him I was going to set the record straight from what everybody else had been saying. But Steve, it's been an honor to work with you for the last 4 years. I was just thinking the same thing, Scott, as we were sitting in our desks there in front of Ellen and Steve for the last 3 years for me, 4 years for you there. Just the back and forth and the camaraderie just right there, even amongst that little group that we have and where our desks happen to be. And some of those memories of the last all 4 years that I've known you, the tenacity with which he will come up here and argue his point, and when he's here waiting in the wings and waiting for someone to hurry up and finish and get out of the way because he's got that far off look in his eyes, you know that the steam is building and rising and this top is getting ready to blow off. And then he gets up here and you expect him to scream and holler and yell, and he'll sit there and he just gives his argument. It's intense, but very seldom, if ever, have I seen him truly lose his cool, except maybe when I'm beating him at bowling. Oh, yeah, except for, and for all of that, the experience that we have down here, and the impression that you've made on me, Steve, here in this building, and your work, and the things you fight for, regardless of whether it's this side of the aisle or this side of the aisle, Steve is fighting for his district, for the Western Slope, for Grand Junction, for water. Steve's a fighter. I appreciate that about you. And I was sitting there listening and just realizing that, and just kind of mentioned it very quickly to Ellen, that starting to hit home, you know, all the times we got to bowl and how much we enjoyed that. It was kind of our release for the last 3 years at least, and I'm just realizing we didn't bowl enough. And I'm going to regret that. So maybe soon enough we'll get to bowl again. I'm going to miss you.
So we've got Senators Zenzinger, Lambert, President Pro Tem, Majority Leader, and a House Committee report, on House Bill 1001. Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Madam President. So I knew Senator King the least, being new, but I did have the honor of carrying my first bipartisan bill with Senator King, and I was instantly assured that everything was going to be okay because he knew me. He knew where I was from. He understood where I grew up, and I felt very confident and assured that he was going to take care of things and that we would be able to get through the bill together. And speaking of text messages, we had a couple of bills that were before us, and he said, just let me know when it's our turn. So I said, okay. And I texted him and I said, just finished Fort Lewis, now listening to CSI, really thought we'd be done by now, so sorry. He writes back, no worries, all good. After the bill, I get back up to my seat and he says, well done. It was a pleasure working with you on this bill. That text meant so much to me. And I just want to tell him thank you.
Senator Lambert.
You know, as Senator Rivera said, I think there's, in law enforcement, a special attitude about public service to protect and serve, and it's something that I think the profession of the military and the profession of law enforcement kind of share. It's a matter of honor. It's a matter of paying the price for defending our safety. A lot of professions provide services, but I think the law enforcement and military professions not only attempt to save lives, but they protect a way of life. And Senator King, I think, epitomizes the professionalism, the concern for people, the vigilance about public safety, because he knows the price that it costs to protect that. We have resolutions every year honoring fallen law enforcement officers, fallen military members of our armed forces, and it's something we share, and I know really nobody who does it better than Steve King. He has a heart for protection. He has a heart to save lives, and he has a heart to enforce the laws of the state of Colorado. Now, on a lighter note, you know, Senator Cadman and I got together, and we're going to certainly miss Steve, and I kind of got charged with the task of coming up with a way of trying to convince Steve of, you know, why he should stay in the Senate, and how can we keep him here. And actually,
Senator King, if you could join me at the mic for a second, because I think this is Senator King's area here. I mean, Senator Rivera showed how he was a master of public speaking, of how he can debate himself. You know, how he can put his hand there and casually debate both sides of an issue. And, you know, I've tried to figure out a way of keeping Steve King here, but I've only really come up with one way of doing it.
I hope you got keys.
I'm just going to handcuff you right to the mic. And you're going to have to stay with us, brother.
I told you not to put those on so tight.
It's a matter of harassment, I think, or something. I got a key. You know, I don't know if I really know how to do this, though. I might have to ask a professional.
Okay, I've got bail.
You got bail.
Thank you.
God bless my friend.
So, members, we will continue our tribute in appreciation of Senator Steve King here in just a moment. We do have a little bit of time-sensitive action that we need to take up here. So I'm going to bring us back to order so we can read the message and take up House Bill 1001. The Senate will come back to order. Conference committees to report.
First report of the First Conference Committee on House Bill 1001. This report amends the re-engrossed bill to the President and Senate and Speaker of the House of Representatives. Your First Conference Committee appointed on House Bill 1001 concerning the creation of a property tax reimbursement for a taxpayer that owes property tax on property that has been destroyed by a natural cause and in connection therewith making and reducing appropriations, has met and reports that it is agreed upon the following: that the Senate received from its amendments made to the bill as the amendments appear in the re-revised bill, and that the following amendments be substituted therefore. Respectfully submitted, Representatives Singer, May, and Gardner, Senators Nicholson, Stedman, and Renfro.
Senator Nicholson.
Thank you, Madam President. I move for the adoption of the first report of the First Conference Committee on House Bill 1001.
Thank you. Please proceed.
The Conference Committee met and voted 5-1 to revert back to the House version of House Bill 1001 that requires county treasurers to forgive real and business property taxes retroactive to January 1st of the tax year.
Any discussion? Question is the adoption of the First Conference Committee on House Bill 1001. Are there any no votes? Mr. Minority Leader? Senators Grantham, Renfro, King, Shuffle, Roberts, Rivera, Hill, Crowder, Harvey, Lambert, Brophy, Lundberg, Marble. With 21 ayes, 14 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the First Conference Committee report for House Bill 1001 is adopted. Senator Nicholson.
Thank you, Madam President. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1001.
Any discussion? Question is the readoption of House Bill 1001. There is discussion. Senator Grantham.
Colleagues, I'd ask for a no vote on this. We discussed this at length on third reading, and we came to a good compromise and a good bipartisan effort on this bill, and I would just ask for a no vote on this version.
Question is the readoption of House Bill 1001. Are there any no votes? Mr. Minority Leader, Senators Shuffle, Crowder, Harvey, Lambert, King, Lundberg, Marble, Renfro, Grantham, Rivera, Roberts, Hill, Brophy. With 21 ayes, 14 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, House Bill 1001 is readopted. Additional co-sponsors. If you were on before, you're still there, Senator Heath, I've got you. Senator Lambert. We'll stand in a brief recess.
I believe this, Madam President, I believe this started as a flood committee bill and might have had co-sponsors on it originally. Do we have a list of the current co-sponsors so we can remove our names if that's appropriate?
Yeah, sure, and let me tell you who's co-sponsoring right now. I show Senators Aguilar, Guzman, Heath, Herpin, Jones, Kafalis, King, Newell, Nicholson, Rivera, Schwartz, Stedman, Todd, and myself. So okay, so if anyone is on that list that doesn't want to be, please come to the well, and if you would like to be, request to be removed. Senator King.
Thank you, President Carroll. I'd like to be removed as a co-sponsor.
Anyone else? Senator Rivera, did you want to be removed as a co-sponsor?
Bill, just so you know, 223 is not.
Yes, Madam President, I'd like to be removed as co-sponsor.
Okay.
That's what I was going to do. That means he's got to go.
And so do you want to just wait until we come back from the conference?
You have more people signed up for Steve? Okay, yeah. This shouldn't take long. If not, Shuffle can.
Okay. Thank you very much. Members, we have also an announcement the Majority Leader may make as well, but the conference committee for Senate Bill 223 will convene now in House Committee Room 112. The Senate can proceed acting in recess and will excuse those members of the conference committee until their work is completed. We expect that conference committee to be relatively quick.
Want me to make it say the same thing?
So members, with that, Senate Bill 223 Conference Committee is convening in House Committee Room 112, and the Senate will stand in recess to allow us to continue our comments and remarks for Senator King. The Senate is in recess. Madam President Pro Tem, I had you down next, and then Senators Heath and Schwartz.
Thank you, Madam President. It gives me a great sense of honor to talk about my friend Steve King. I have had the pleasure of serving with Steve King on the Legislative Audit Committee and the Judiciary Committee. I've been on the Judiciary Committee with him for a long time, and I just want to speak a little bit to the, I guess, what I've seen from this man who is seen as a tough guy because he's a cop, but he's one of the most gentle souls I've ever met. He is someone who co-primed some bills with me while he was here, and I was always very honored. Those were always good bills. We always were able to get them passed. He was the one who first spoke to the man from Grand Junction who had been wrongly incarcerated in our prison for 18 years. And Steve, Senator King, was one of the most serious supporters of the bill that was passed last year to have an opportunity for those who've been wrongly incarcerated in our prisons to be reimbursed in some way by the state of Colorado. I've watched Steve King as we've heard testimony in judiciary we hear some profound witnessing. I've seen Steve King cry. When families have come to the Judiciary Committee to talk about their little girl who was abused and killed, I've seen him cry even when the man who was wrongly accused, who spent 18 years, and the day that the man came to the committee and spoke about what his life had been like. I've seen Steve King cry when he heard the man talk about not being able to go to his own son's graduation or to even be there for his son as his son grew up. He's a strong man, as most cops are, but one of the biggest gentle men that I've ever met. I hope that Steve King is elected sheriff. We need these kind of sheriffs in Colorado. Those who are stern, those who believe in the law, and those who cry when injustices are done. God bless you, Steve King. I truly will miss you and the man you are.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam President, and I'm going to keep this short, but I need to get up here and just make a couple of comments. Number one, I'm not going to miss this hair business. I don't want to speak for Senator Harvey, but I personally will not miss that at all. But I am going to miss a number of things. And Steve, when you get up at this mic, and fortunately you and I think have been on, when you get into something, I tend to seem to be on your side for most of this and have been able to vote with you. And to watch your passion and your skills at the mic, your oratory skills have been something I have envied, and it just grips you with your passion, and I will always remember that. But what I'm going to remember more is the chances, and way too few, but when we've had these personal conversations about life and family and where we're going and what we feel strongly about, I will miss those, and I cherish those, and I thank you for them. Good luck, my friend.
Senator Schwartz.
And thank you, Madam President. And I too rise in support of our colleague. And I love all the words have been spoken relative to justice. And I think that Steve, of all people, is on the right side of those that are really don't have a voice oftentimes, and speaks for justice, for children, for folks in our communities, and people that may not have been treated properly. I'd also want to just comment that so often I would wander over to my little West Slope corner over there between Senator Roberts and Senator King and talk about some of the issues that I'm hoping we can work together on. We've not carried a lot of bills. We've not served on the same committee, but I think from a heartfelt place we recognize what we can do to serve our region. Most importantly, and like one of our colleagues in the House likes to say, is that we all have ours behind our name, and that stands for rural. So, so myself included. But I will want to thank you for the times that you have stepped up and recognized what regional priorities we have and some of our efforts and some of our bills. But most importantly, It's our recognition that our part of the state is so threatened when it comes to our forests, when it comes to our community, when it comes to our resources. And I want to thank you for your incredible leadership on that. And every time I see one of those aircraft go by, I know who I'm going to think about. I hope you'll think about me when you go by that biomass plant in Gibson. We're all part of the solution, and we all are all fighting for the same things. So I'd like to be part of welcoming you home, Steve, to your family, to your community, and have you embraced there as their new sheriff. And know that they've been so represented, so well represented, and we just all appreciate your work here. I'm so grateful.
Senator Togtrap.
Thank you, Madam President. And I've never served on a committee. Well, I do serve on the audit committee, and I will have the privilege, because Steve and I are staying on the committee this summer and finishing up the work, which is when the audit committee does the heavy lifting. But I've never had the privilege of serving on a standing committee with him. But Steve is one of these, Senator King is one of the senators. When he does come up, you listen to him, because he does not come up forward. And you can always hear the passion in his voice. And he has done so much for wildfires here in the state of Colorado. And I want to thank him for this. And I want to thank him also because it was a great comfort knowing that I had his back when we worked on the TIF financing bill. And Steve, it's going to be fun working with you this summer on the audit committee. Thank you.
Senator King, we started serving also with Senator King in the House, and I think really this is the first time paths had crossed there as well. Had the real privilege of serving on the Judiciary Committee also for a long time, and you will see a real trend for justice. And I agree with the other comments that were made that not only is he the very best of law enforcement, but he's the very best of defending our Constitution and making sure that there are checks and balances for the law enforcement and the justice system to really work. As this body took on evidence-based, to take a tack closer to evidence-based practices and really trying to identify from beginning to end, from prevention to reintegration, to actually make sure that we were using data to figure out what the very best use of our taxpayer dollars were for the maximum amount of public safety for the people of Colorado. Senator King, your district is extremely well served. You represent your district and this chamber and this body honorably. I feel like the passion is that you've heard so many people say about recognizing the intensity and the passion with which you do 120% for everything that you pour your heart and soul into. And I know on behalf of all of us, you will be deeply missed, and we wish you all the success in your next chapters in your life. And we'll yield the microphone to you, Senator King.
Thank you, President Carroll. You know, the most important things in life, they're not things. Meeting and working with the exceptional group of people in this room, the subject matter experts outside of this room, has been an unbelievable honor. It's been an unbelievable privilege, and it has been one of the greatest adventures of my life. My advice to those coming here, both over in the House and in the Senate, is Colorado is a very, very diverse state. We have so many things going for us in this state. And it's because of that diversity that in this chamber, please remember that today's enemies are tomorrow's allies, so we need to be nice. That goes for all of the legislature. I appreciate the kind words. I am going to miss this group of people. I will remember you always. And if you're in Mesa County, call me if you need bail.
He knows us well. Senator Shuffle.
Thank you, President Carroll. So, Senator King, on behalf of this body and in recognition of a job well done and a duty well performed, this reads Steve King, Representative, 2007 to 2010, Senator, 2011 to 2014. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Mr. Majors, would you please read the tribute for Senator Gail Schwartz?
The Senate of the Colorado Legislature, convened in the 69th General Assembly, hereby extends heartiest congratulations and commendation to Senator Gail Schwartz. Senator Gail Schwartz was elected to the 66th, 67th, 68th, and 69th General Assemblies, where she represented her fellow citizens with honor and dignity. During her tenure in the Senate, she served with distinction as Senate Majority Whip, as chair of the Agriculture, Natural Resources and Energy, Local Government and Energy, Severance Tax and Federal Mineral Lease, and Water Resources Review Committees, and the Joint Select Committee on Job Creation and Economic Growth. As Vice Chair of the Capital Development Committee and as a member of the Audit, Business, Labor and Technology, Legal Services, and Transportation Committees, as well as a number of interim committees. The citizens of Colorado and the members of the Senate express gratitude for her exemplary service to our great state and wish Senator Schwartz well in her future endeavors. Given the 7th day of May 2014, the state capitol, Denver, Colorado, signed Morgan Carroll, President of the Senate.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you. You know, I know we've all experienced this. You know, you go through a campaign to get elected to come to this place, and for those of us that didn't have the opportunity to serve in the House, and you come here for your orientation, I mean, it is amazing what you don't know. And then all of a sudden someone befriends you, someone that you've known for a long time, but certainly not in the capacity of a colleague, and says, will you be my office mate? And you say, yes. And you immediately feel like maybe this is going to work. Maybe this is going to be home. And that's what Gail Schwartz did for me. And we had that chance to serve those first 2 years together as office mates. Now, I'd known Gail and her husband Alan and her family previous to coming down here. But as I said, to know someone as a friend outside of the confines of this is very, very different than to know them in this atmosphere. And I got the royal treatment, and I will always appreciate that. But there's another side to being Gail's office mate, and that is you're never alone. I have never known anyone who can constantly, all day, have 5, 10 people, one meeting after another, talking about every subject known to man, and keep it up at a pace that no other human being, I think, could ever begin to even come close to. So I wrote a few adjectives down about this young lady. And I don't know whether you think these fit, but relentless, does that work? Relentless? Obviously committed, passionate. Does anybody doubt that this young lady is passionate? How about the word intense? All of which leads up to the fact that this young lady never takes no for an answer. Did you ever try to tell Senator Schwartz no? Because if you did, you're going to have to do it 2, 3, 4 more times. And even then, she's not going to accept your no. But Raleigh, did you think about it? Whether it's water issues, whether it's energy issues, whether it's the R in rural, whatever it is that Gail Schwartz takes on, we've all been exposed to all of those words that we would use to describe her. And I don't know, Senator King, Steve, I don't know how many miles you've driven, but she's got to be close, Senator Renfro. I think you talked about it. I asked her husband, who has driven her a lot around, and they have estimated that during the 2 terms here, she's driven over 350,000 miles. So I don't know, Steve, how close you're going to be. I know how many times you go back and forth to Grand Junction, and I don't know how much it adds up. But every weekend, I would, when I was still her office mate, I would say, Gail, what's going on this weekend? And she would tick off Salida, Alamosa. Every weekend, it was town halls, something that she went to somewhere in her district without ever an exception. If she ever took a weekend off, I don't know when it was. You know, and I think I said this when I was talking about Senator Tocktroff too, about Lois. You don't come here unless you really care and unless you're really passionate. And if you do, you shouldn't be here. And if one of the things that's been in common about all 4 that we've spoken about so far is they all have that in common. And that's what makes this place fun. And Gail, you have made it fun for me. Yeah, man, you are hard to say no to. And there are times I have walked out and said, oh my God, what in the world am I going to do? But it's always been for the right reason. It has always been for the right reason. And I can't tell you how much I've appreciated serving with you, being your office mate, being your friend. And I know a lot of people are going to echo so many of these things, but we're going to really miss you. We're going to miss everybody that's come up here. But on a personal basis, you and I have had a special time together, and I will really miss you. So with that, Madam President, I will turn the mic over to whomever else wants to say a few words.
Senator Tocktropp.
Thank you, Madam President. And I've had the good fortune of serving with Gail in several different times on the Ag Committee. I was her vice chair 1 year, and she has served with me on Business, Labor, and Technology Committee. And Gail is always prepared when she comes to, Senator Schwartz is always prepared when she comes to committee meetings and isn't afraid to ask the pointed questions. And Mr. Majority Leader, you are so right, because Senator Schwartz is, if nothing else, extremely tenacious when she figures out and cares strongly about an issue, and she grabs onto it, and it's like a dog on a bone and will not let it go until it is resolved, and that is an extremely good quality, especially if you're doing something for your constituency. Gail represents the Western Slope and rural Colorado well. Cares very much about the issues, and that is so important to her and so important to all of Colorado when you think about the state doesn't end at the top of the mountain. It just begins when you're going up I-70, when you get to the top of the mountain and you look over and see the beautiful Front Range, and that's Gales District. And those are the people she represents. She cares about water. She cares about the energy. She cares about the future of water, the future of energy, the future of our forests. And it's been a pleasure working with you and learning a lot about those issues that you care so much about. And you will be missed, and we're both riding off in a sunset together. And hopefully you will enjoy your new future and your new digs, so to speak, that you and your husband are planning on going to, and have a great future. And thank you for serving.
Senator Newell.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, I learned coming in a lot, as Senator Tuckdrop was saying. I learned a lot about being a vulnerable sitting senator and how important it is to represent your constituency. Our constituencies are different, but both being in a very purple district, I learned a lot about that. But for 2 years, I served on local government and energy with Senator Schwartz as chair, and I never thought I would hear more about waste tires and recycling and biomass and methane capture. I mean, I learned so much about methane capture, and I'm sure there's more to learn, but I think that's really one thing that is so important about the term limits issue, is that we are going to lose leadership in an environmental, the protection and preservation of our environment in Colorado is, I think, at risk with your loss. And I'm definitely going to miss that. I do want to say a couple of things that we have a lot in common. We're office mates, we're very hardworking, we're both very tenacious, we both have daughters, we've shared stories about our daughters, we both have a love for nature and the environment. But when you understand also about Senator Schwartz's personal life and her history and her, she is one of the strongest, loving women I know. But one thing that we do have in common is we're short. And I came in knowing that I was going to be the shortest senator in the room. But what really gets me is that it has been 6 years I've been serving, 8 years since she's been serving, and we are still called Schwartz and Newell. And even as of today, twice I had 2 people calling me Senator Schwartz. So I think that is the only thing I won't miss, is not being called Senator Schwartz. So I am looking forward to being called Senator Newell again, but it is a great loss that we have in losing you. Thank you.
Madam President Pro Tem.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. It gives me another great honor to be here to speak about another good friend of mine that I've been able to work with. The first year I was here, I did serve on the Ag Committee, and I've been really excited about serving on the Ag, Natural Resources, and Energy Committee again this year, and both of those times with Gale Schwartz. You know, I call Gale Schwartz the Dean of Ag, Natural Resources, and Energy. She's really acquired that title for us here in the legislature. There's no one else who's known throughout her district, and before redistricting, she covered so many hours. I was always amazed when I would go into the town of San Luis. They know her there. Go into the town of Alamosa and to a restaurant. They know Gail and Alan by first names. Alan knows everything on the menu. Tells you what to eat, what's the best. I remember going into Salida this fall when we had a leadership listening tour. She showed us around Salida. We met the people at the Elevation Company. It's a draft or a brewery. She knows them. She introduced me to people in Paonia, Colorado. Outstanding people in Paonia. She knows so much and has taught us so much here in Colorado passionately. Save the water, reserve the water, share the water in the best and equitable way that we can. Keep it clean. She was one who moved us into areas that we were sort of skittish about sometimes. Moved us into an area where we were urged to listen to some of the oil people. Listen to some of the gas people. Doesn't mean we have to be okay with issues like, you know, if we're in unsafe territory. She's a person that we know, I see as the dean of all natural resources and energy and so forth, and yet was honored by the Petroleum Association, not because she went over totally to their side, but because she was able to find some compromise to come out with the very best for Colorado. And Gail, you've taught me that one of the ways to keep our state clean and safe, to keep our farmers and ranchers going, keep our water going and safe, is to listen to all sides. Because there's urban and there's a big rural area out there that we need to listen to as well. Even though I see her as the Dean of Natural Resources and Energy and Ag, she's also one of the leading social justice legislators that we've ever had. Maybe there is something to the statement that when you dig in the earth, when you know the soil, when you understand the beauty of natural resources, you also have a great foundation for what is humane. Because Gail Swartz never went awry when it came to the issue of voting for civil rights, civil unions, repeal of the death penalty. All of those things that go hand in hand. If you appreciate the earth and know the beauty of the soil and clean water and understand the beauty of the air that flows through the trees, the gentle breeze that's there, you also know the richness of a human life. And so, my friend, I will certainly miss you because I see you as an expert in many, many ways. I'm glad that you will remain, and all of you here who are leaving, that you're still senators until next January. And so that means that you all will be serving on committees and commissions and boards. And so we will get to experience your work for several more months. But when it comes time in January, and that seat is not filled by you, Gail Swartz, we will certainly know then that we are missing a great and wonderful legislator and human being. Thank you for allowing me to learn from you.
Senator Nicholson. Oh, Senator Brophy.
Thank you, President Carroll. But before I talk about the legacy that will be left behind by Gail Swartz, I want to say thank you to Alan Swartz for your sacrifice and the time that you put into and all that you put up with in not allowing, that's the wrong word, in supporting
and also serving Colorado too, because you're an unspoken hero also, and it's been a treasure and a pleasure for me to get to meet you and to meet the chairwoman of the Ag Committee. And I can't help, when I travel across Colorado, I just love to ride my bike all over the state of Colorado. And when I do, I see things all of the time that remind me of you. And I think besides the biofuels and besides the solar gardens and all of your work in those areas, I think the one thing that all of Colorado should remember as a legacy of Senator Gail Schwartz is when you see a brand new school built in the middle of nowhere in rural Colorado, and that can be in Otis or in any town in the San Luis Valley, frankly, because they all have brand new schools. And that was because of a Gail Schwartz bill, Building Excellent Schools Today, the BEST program. And she worked hard and figured out how to leverage some dollars and make sure that kids going to school in rural areas have very high quality classrooms to attend. Centauri School, brand new, I think also, right south of Alamosa. All of these schools across Colorado. I cannot see one of those schools in a little tiny town in anywhere in rural Colorado and not think of the work that you have done up here. God bless you and thank you so much.
Senator Nicholson.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, two of my favorite stories about Senator Schwartz are associated with Alan. One is how amazing Senator Schwartz is about traveling to anywhere in her district at the drop of a hat for whatever reason, to honor a student who's graduating from high school, valedictorian, or to meet with her citizens about the coal industry or whatever it is. And I remember that the quote from Ellen was, she just gets in the car like she's going to King Soopers, and she's going to be back in a few minutes, but it's hours later that she's traveled all the way across her district and wanted to acknowledge her constituents and whatever their concerns were. And of course, the other is just how beautifully dressed Senator Schwartz always is. And that is really a compliment to Alan, because I think it's pretty unusual when you have a husband that will go shopping for you and do as well as Alan does. So he indeed gets some credit too. But I have to tell you, the most distinctive memory I have of Senator Schwartz was when I first arrived in the Senate, and I was so excited that there was someone else who cared passionately about forest health issues and also about what we were going to do with all of this wood that was left over from the mountain pine beetle epidemic. And so someone said, you have to go meet with Senator Schwartz and talk to her, because I know you share this special interest. The first meeting that I remember, she only spoke in acronyms, except for an occasional the and a and. And I was sort of in awe and not sure exactly what she said. I knew for sure that we both cared about the same things, but it was all sort of coded at the time. So I very much appreciate having her as a colleague in the Senate, and she and I have worked together on many pieces of legislation over this time, and it was with her mentorship and leadership that I learned what those acronyms stood for and why all this work is so important. So I will miss you very, very much. Thank you.
Senator Johnston.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to follow on a little bit where Senator Brophy left off, which is there are two things that I have such tremendous respect for you about, Senator Schwartz. One is the incredible legacy that you'll leave here, and the second is the way that you've left it. And I actually want to talk about that first, because I think there are two things that I find so remarkable about you. One is there are I find people in this building do things in different ways. Some spend an incredible amount of time in their district with their constituents, talking to folks, and make that their top priority. And sometimes the details of the policy are not as important to them as being in real touch with their constituents. And other folks dig incredibly deeply into the details of the policy and let that be their service. And the contact with constituents falls off a little bit. What I find so amazing about you is you have found a way to do both of them incredibly well. And I know this because you represent my family and my part of the world, and I agree with what others have said. I can't go to an event, whether it's education or energy or healthcare or social justice on the Western Slope, and not have someone say, well, as Gail said to me last week, or, I know Gail's on this, or actually Gail has a bill on this, or Gail's starting a commission on this. And you both are so omnipresent to all the folks of your district. But the second part is, every time I've seen you negotiate an incredibly complicated bill with 20 stakeholders, you are always the single most informed one in the room. There is no one who is driving it for you, who you're waiting to take directions from. You know the details, you know the research, you know the history, you know the policy, because you've spent that much time learning about it and studying it and teaching it. And I just think that that combination is so incredibly unusual. I'm really, really grateful for it. And the second part is, I think Senator Brophy is right. I think that as we think about what we do here and what you hope is different when we leave, and it's easy to wonder, how the world will be different that we were here or not. And I think about your grandkids and my kids, and I think about them getting in a car in 15 years and driving across Colorado, and there will be hospitals they drive by in southern Colorado that have broadband because you fought for it. There will be kids they will see in the valley who have new schools because you fought for it. There will be sustainable renewable energy resources in parts of the state that exist because you fought for it. And there will be biodiesel facilities, and there will be things that really, but for Gail Schwartz, never would have existed. And I don't know that many of us will leave a legacy like that, but I am incredibly confident that when my kids get in a car and go camping or driving in Colorado in 10 years, they won't be able to throw a stone without hitting something that Gail Schwartz has touched. And that is pretty damn unusual. So I just want to say thank you, and my hat is off for all the amazing work that you've done, and grateful for the legacy you've left for us.
Senator Harvey.
Thank you, Madam President. Dittos. Truly, that is what I was coming up to say is the fingerprints of Gail Schwartz will be throughout state statute and throughout everything that Colorado deals with regards to natural resources. I remember the first time I met her was when she got sworn in, and I hated her guts because I worked terribly hard to defeat her in her election. And she stole the election, all 200 votes. I truly, it took a long time for me to come to love and appreciate Gail Schwartz. But she is probably the greatest legislator I've ever met. And that's very, very, very hard for me to say. Very, very hard for me to say. She is probably the most tenacious, she is the most tenacious legislator I've ever met. Not only on the bills she likes, but on the bills she hates. And she has been a wonderful person to watch grow into the statesman that she is. She has certainly made me a better person and a better legislator over the time that I've been able to serve with her. I've learned a lot in the regards to tenacity and making sure that your T's are crossed and your I's are dotted. And as a chairman, it has been a pleasure. She will always be known as Madam Chairman to me. Thank you.
Senator Aguilar.
I think I need to also say ditto in listening to what everybody has said here today. But actually what I was thinking of as I was sitting there next to Gail was that I know probably more about the issues that are facing her constituents than the issues that are facing mine. I could talk to you about the rates. I could talk to you about the factory or whatever the business was that closed in Paonia. I could talk to you about a number of different things because Senator Schwartz is the western slope, except for Mesa County. Okay, southwest too, I guess, Ellen. But she, I think tenacious is a good word. Pit bull came to my mind. And I hope that whoever replaces her has the same drive to be sure that those constituents are represented because they're about to have a huge loss. Thank you, Gail.
Senator Schwartz, before I turn over the microphone, I'm wondering if the colleagues would join me in officially thanking Alan Schwartz as well, who has joined us and also been part of our Senate family. Thank you, Alan. Senator Crowder.
I also would like to congratulate Senator Schwartz on the best school. I've been involved in, several of the openings. A lot of them in the San Luis Valley have been replaced due to her diligence. We're doing one in Creed here pretty quick. But as most of you may or may not know, she actually represented the San Luis Valley before it was redistricted, and then I took it over. And one of the things that I need to say that is so impressive to me that she had garnered a lot of friends down there, but I can tell you that she never did anything to undermine my senatorial leadership down there, and for that I appreciate that. She does come up here and talk about San Luis Valley quite a bit, but I do appreciate that no undermining. I thought that was a class act from a class lady. I appreciate everything you did for the state as well as the San Luis Valley. Wish you luck and congratulations. I meant every word of it.
Senator Schwartz, from the time we first served, I'm not telling you anything you don't know, but Gail, of course, is one of our most prolific legislators as well. If you just look at, if you were to poll the legislative history and accomplishments just with the things that she's sponsored, not to mention all the things she's actually worked on since she's been here. She's really had the career of about 50 legislators. In the time of her term limits, proof that if you really come here motivated with a mission, how much you can get done in a short order. Also proof by the long list of late bill requests that the usual slate of how many bills it takes to get things done on what you want to do for your district really just doesn't do for Senator Schwartz. Your work ethic is really rather marvelous. I get tired sometimes just even trying to follow a tenth of what you do. And you've heard it from so many other people here, but the tenacity and the follow-through and the insistence really to keep trying and keep trying and keep trying until something finally gets done. Madam President Pro Tem here had mentioned it too, but I think we get a glimpse anytime we show up someplace in your district to learn more about what is going on. And there are friends and familiars really everywhere, both in terms of people and issues, even down to specifically speeding issues and local control issues. And so it's very hard to summarize really the length and breadth of how much you have accomplished for us here. But I definitely ditto the comments from everybody about a truly indelible mark that you have left both for your district and on the institution, and you should be really incredibly proud for the accomplishments you have done, which really do equal that of about 20 other people, and your district is well served for it. Senator Schwartz. Oh, Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam President. Just, there were two words that jumped out at me, actually three. Obviously starting with the word tenacious. which I think everybody here used, and there is no one more tenacious than you. But there was another word that was used in two very different ways, and that word was the best. And Senator Brophy mentioned the schools, building excellent schools today, and as I traveled around with you, you pointed out many that were there because of that program. And the other comment was made, the best informed in the room. And I think that goes with everything else that was said here. You don't become the best informed in the room without working as hard as you possibly can and inviting everybody to the party, and for the purpose of listening and learning. And that's kind of what I alluded to by all of the people that came in and out of our office when we spent those 2 years together, and I know it didn't change after we ceased being office mates, that you brought everybody in that you possibly could to be the best informed person in the room so you could make the best decisions and best judgments about all of the things that you cared so deeply about. And that is certainly something that all of us can only hope to envy and to come close to. So let me present you with this very beautiful keepsake for you. This, I don't know what we call it, a plaque. It's not really a plaque, but it's absolutely gorgeous. For those of you that would need to take a look at this, and it simply says Gail Schwartz, Senator, 2007-2014. Congratulations, Gail.
Senator Schwartz.
Thank you, Madam President. Probably for the last time. So I know I came in here with a bullseye on my back, having won a race that some people thought, how could she beat that 22-year incumbent? And it was just driving the wheels off my car. That's all I got to say. And wanting to hear and understand what I could do to serve Senate District 5, those 11 counties. And of course, when I got here, I said, what do you mean you only get 5 bills? How about 1 county per bill? Because I needed 1 bill to solve the problems in each one of the counties. So it was a learning process for me. Of course, I had spent all those years in higher education. So I was going to be on the education committee until one day a rancher in Gunnison said, you know, if you win this thing, that means we don't have a seat on the Ag Committee. And I said, Mr. Spann, I will promise you I will ask to be on the Ag Committee because I felt that was what was of value. So it turns out, as everybody knows, you don't serve on Health and Human Services, Ag, and Education. You pick one. And I had to get up to speed because there were a lot of smart people on that committee, and of course I had a really tough teacher, and that was that Senator Aguilar. So Senator Isgar, sorry, I looked at Senator Aguilar. Senator Isgar. And what a tough mentor he was. And he, again, coming from our part of the state, had a standard. And that standard was you're going to take care of your resources, your water, and your constituents. And so I'm really, really grateful for his mentoring and then ultimately to become the chair and hope I have served those interests because I think that's what Colorado's all about. Who just said that the other day? Lois, as we kind of wrapped up our committee and with 4 of us leaving. So the majority of the Ag Committee is leaving. I really am asking that there is a commitment to those issues, to rural Colorado, to the western slope, that we are stewards of those incredible resources and that we will continue to commit ourselves to that's what Colorado is all about and look forward to your work in the future. So having come in with that bullseye and watching every time I came up to this podium, this line of guys. And I'll never forget Senator Weens, flipping through the bill they hadn't read, and sure, there must be something I can argue with her about. And I really earned my stripes, and every time people yell up here, I can't handle the yelling. And so, as Senator Roberts says, I'm not a yeller. So it was a real learning curve from so many perspectives. But I will say that I have such respect, such admiration, such strong feelings that all of you, every one of us, bring something to the table. And while we're here, that we're here to make a difference and do our work and leave a legacy. And after that bullseye training, I'm glad we have money in the PTSD, because I'm going to need that as I try to recover from those days. But I appreciate everyone recognizing the commitment to passion and values. And having visited one of my schools 4 years ago, when you saw children going to school, a K-12 school, in a potato packing shed with a cesspool out back, that was considered a 21st century classroom in Colorado. But no longer. We're making sure that every student gets the kind of safe environment and every teacher that they deserve. But as someone liked to say, it's like a turtle on top of a fence post. You don't get here by yourself. So I do want to thank my family and my husband and my daughters and all the work they did and all the support and what that meant. And of course, my daughters look a little bit alike. So one would work for one campaign, one would work for the other campaign, and then we'd be running around 11 counties, and I go, oh, well, we met you, and they said, no, we're going to get T-shirts that says, no, I'm the other one. And so they always got mixed up, but were really incredibly helpful to their mom, and I'm sure I embarrassed them plenty, but helpful to their mom as we got out there. I do want to thank Andrew, my aide, and my interns, my staff, for the last 8 years. We can't do this job without the kind of support that we get from the individuals that are willing to step up and give their time, Nate and Courtney and RJ back there. And so I just think that it really is important. And then of course, our friends that tolerate the fact that we left our home 200 miles away, and we come and we spend the majority of our life focused here and there, patience and understanding and friendship long term. So with that, I just feel that I had this problem here, that every time I had a conversation with my constituents, and it doesn't matter what party they were from, but they had concerns and issues, and there was this indelible mark on me, what they were about, what they were concerned about, how we could do better, what they needed. And that is what was this driving force, that we can solve important problems for every single Coloradan. Not all the problems, but the problems that we're here to try to address and do it collectively. So I just want to thank each one for the opportunity to serve with you. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Mr. Majority Leader. Thank you, Mr. Minority Leader, for teaching me, for being with me and understanding. And I'm just going to leave with, don't forget, rural Colorado.
Do we have anything on the conference? Anything from the House yet? So we're ready for...
Mr. Majors, would you please read the tribute to Senator Scott Renfro?
The Senate of the Colorado Legislature convened in the 69th General Assembly hereby extends heartiest congratulations and commendation to Senator Scott W. Renfro. Senator Scott W. Renfro was elected to the 66th, 67th, 68th, and 69th General Assemblies, where he represented his fellow citizens with honor and dignity. During his tenure in the Senate, he served with distinction as Senate Minority Caucus Chair and Senate Minority Whip, as co-chair of the Flood Disaster Study Committee, and as a member of the Appropriations, Audit, Capital Development, Education, Health and Human Services, Judiciary, Legislative Council, and Transportation Committees, as well as a number of interim committees. The citizens of Colorado and the members of the Senate express gratitude for his exemplary service to our state and wish Senator Renfro well in his future endeavors. Given the 7th day of May 2014 in the state capitol, Denver, Colorado, signed Morgan Carroll, President of the Senate.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam President. This is getting old. Man, I think one time I was in the House, we had 17 from one side and maybe another 6, but it's tough. Obviously, Scott, we're in recess now, so we can say whatever we want, right? Scott's been a great friend. Came here in a primary. A lot of folks said he shouldn't be here, he couldn't be here, including one of my predecessors who I think worked against you getting here. Thanks for not holding that against me. I only gave him a couple $100. I'm glad you got here, frankly. You are resolute in faith, and your commitment to your beliefs and your principles is not lost on anybody, not just in this chamber, but I think in the community you serve. And that became more apparent, frankly, when we had an opportunity to attend your father's funeral, and you get to learn a lot about the people you serve with, and when you see their family and the friends that support their family, and the folks that said, I've known him since he was a little baby. I said, that wasn't that long ago, was it? I'm sorry we didn't get all of them here to enjoy the roast of you. Last year I was it last year? 2 years ago. It was like Groundhog Day, right? 14 years of the same day here. But I was across the state speaking at a Lincoln Day. I think it was in Montrose, and then they had one of their auction items was the Shield of Faith, and I saw that, and it just said Scott Renfro. And so I got that and brought it to Scott because he has been the Shield of Faith for our caucus and, frankly, for both sides of the aisle. Believe it or not, as much as we debate with you and as much as we sometimes get animated and emotional about the things that that we do and say to and about the things that we represent to and for and against each other's principles and values, we pray for you guys. And Scott makes sure that we stay committed to a long-term goal of supporting each other through our values and through our beliefs and through our mutual love of the state that we serve and the families that we try to raise here and the legacy that we hope to leave behind for those families as they grow their families and those folks that are going to replace us in these seats one of these days soon. Matthew talks, in the book of Matthew, there's a story about people who have lamps, and that a man with a lamp does not put it under a stool, that he puts it on top of a table so that everything can be brighter for his faith and his belief and his values. And Scott's lamp, I think, is one of the brightest I've ever seen. He keeps it out for everybody, unabashed, unashamed. And we all benefit from that. We're going to miss you here. You've been great as a member of our leadership team. This is getting really tough now. You're killing me, Smalls. Anybody ever see Sandlot? Yeah. Scott said that to me for years, and I never knew what it meant until I saw the movie. Finally, the light came on because he kept it on a table. Pam couldn't join us today? No. But why don't you help me welcome three of Scott's kids here that are joining him at the front. Two of them look like twins to me. Yep. As you all know, Scott is running for I don't know if it's higher office. I used to work for Congress for another office. And we wish you Godspeed. And I know you'll undertake that endeavor just like you do everything with a solid commitment. We had an interesting year this year, as you know, with the School Finance Act and the Student Success Act. I mean, that thing came down to the wire after months and months and months and months. What seemed like years of negotiations and cussing about Michael Johnson. Talking about the ideas coming from other members of our caucus who will not be named here along the way. And Scott, you really should deserve a lot of credit for you and our team as our ranking member of education leading something that frankly, we can all be proud of, and that we all wish we could do more, but we did something, and we did something great. And hopefully the legacy of what you did this year on that issue alone will build going forward, and we'll keep doing more for our schools. And I think we have the resolute gifts and honorary, and not honorary because you can't take them, but God bless you in your future endeavors.
Senator Sheffel.
Thank you, President Carroll. I didn't know Senator Renfro when I first came here, and he was introduced to me as Scotty. The word that comes to mind is generous. I remember the first thing we found ourselves up in the mountains, and first thing you did was invite me to stay at one of your places up in the mountains. I remember thinking, it's interesting, a lot of unusual, and what a great host, what a generous individual. I know you kind of, when it's time to say goodbye, at least temporarily in this place, you kind of have an image that you'll always have of a person, and so mine will be Senate Education. Senator Marble sat between Senator Renfro and myself, and so we had a little clubhouse of sorts set up behind her chair. And we seemed to know intuitively when we needed to roll to each other and discuss something, whether it was the nuances of a knotty school finance issue or how hungry we were and how we needed to get some food, or what we were going to do and who was going to make the play to get some more chocolate into that committee. I'll forever remember those, Senator Renfro, and we'll miss you. I think we all get to know each other, and we really come here, the sum total of our upbringing, education, our faith. And for me, Senator Renfro, when I think of you, and I think of this place and how you've conducted yourself here, and the good news is, Senator Cadman's referred to it, you're not done, soldier, so you've got some other work to do, and we're counting on you to be successful there. But when I think of Senator Renfro, I will always think of, in your time here, I'll think of one of my favorite references from Scripture, Book of Micah. 6:8, chapter 6, verse 8, it asks the question, what does the Lord require of you? And then the good news is, it doesn't leave you hanging, it gives you the answer. And the answer is, I believe what you have done in this place. It responds that you should do justice, love mercy, and walk humbly with your God. My friend, that's what you've done here, and I thank you.
Senator Lambert.
Thank you, Madam President. Scotty, I think you arrived in the Senate about the same time I started in the House 8 years ago. And after 4 years, I came over here, got to know you a little bit better. I knew you remotely, met you, I'd heard about you when I was in the House, but I didn't really get a chance to know you that well. But I think there are certain adjectives that come to my mind. It's not just the technical things on bills and in argument. but it's the adjectives of character. It's sincerity. It's faith. It's principle. A big one is family. You got at least the majority here today. But you have been able to participate with your family in this chamber. One thing I don't think I'll forget is, I think it was the Olivia Renfro Amendment. Was it the Stedman Amendment? Stedman was on it too. Oh, and, okay, the Olivia Renfro and Pat Stedman Amendment, I guess it was. But getting involved to the extent where she says, I think this should change, and had some great inputs and got involved in the process because you cared enough to involve your family in those issues. Courageous. Fighter. And I think, you know, not to get political, but I went to our state Republican convention this year, and I would say what I saw there was respect from your constituents. On a lighter note, I also remember some interesting good times together. I think Senator Harvey made a oblique reference to a wrestling match at one time. Senator Renfro's a pretty big guy, has a little bit of height and weight advantage, a little athletic advantage maybe. But I think one thing that I really remember with our respective families acting was in 2012 at the National Republican Convention in Tampa Bay, when during, I think it was Hurricane Ivan, we decided to go out into the water. And I think Senator Grantham and his wife were there, and Senator Harvey, Senator Renfro, I was there. And my 17-year-old daughter, who weighed all of maybe 85 pounds, came screaming in on a wave and body checked Scott Renfro at, I don't know, 60 miles an hour and put his nose down into the sand on the bottom of Tampa Bay. So, you know, Senator Renfro, I guess what goes around comes around. But we remember you with fondness and great memories. Yeah, he said he forgot about that. At the time, I think he was pretty sore for a couple of days. But our daughter was just fine. Thank you very much. So, well, thank you, Scott.
Senator Todd.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, my first memory of Scott Renfro was when I was in the House, and I can't remember what the bill was, but I carried a bill in the House, and Senator Renfro was the Senate sponsor. And I said, you know, I don't really know him, but all I've heard is that he is so conservative. And will he be okay with us carrying a bill together? I don't even remember. Do you remember what the bill was? No. And so I really didn't know him well at all while I was still in the House. And so when I came to the Senate, there were a couple of things that I really decided I would do. The people that I had served with in the House, it was great to be able to continue on with a relationship that we had already started, but to really try to get to know that person as a person. And I think a couple of things that really come to mind when I think of Scott Renfro are his committed diligence to his children and to his family, and to making sure that educational opportunities are something that are available for all children. I think he and Senator Scheffel have taught me a great deal about the importance of charter schools and the the way that we look at balancing and making sure that capital construction is equal and fair. I think it's been I know it has been a joy to work with Senator Renfro and Senator Shuffle this year with Senator Johnston on education. And it really has shown, I think, a tremendous amount of character and value and dedication, that we all are on the same wavelength. We just approach it a little differently. But the way that we were able to work together, and that was a joy for me to get to work with Senator Renfro. Another piece that I want to share, and that is that I was back in Lawrence, Kansas, and my son was in his law firm, and so I was talking, and Matt said to me, "Well, Mom, one of my law partners is from Colorado." And so I started chatting with him, and he said, "Well, yeah," he said, "I know Scott Renfro. He was the hero." And so I said to Senator Renfro, "So you played football and you played basketball?" He said, "And track and baseball," and continued on. Part of his diligence and his tenacity for doing well and giving it his all has been very evident while he has served us in the Senate. His faith and his family is very evident, and it will carry he and his family through storms and through successes. I wish you well, Senator Renfro, and if and when you go to Washington, don't you forget your friends here in Colorado. Thank you.
Senator Harvey.
Get away from my ribs.
Getting the sergeants ready. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam President. And I couldn't go by without saying something about Scotty. I didn't know Scott when he ran for the legislature, and it has been one of the joys of my life to get to know him and to call him one of my brothers. To tell you the story about the broken ribs, he did break my ribs. We
I don't think that was the applause line. Yeah.
For those of you guys who don't know, I'll tell you a secret. The Republicans get together every once in a while before the session starts, and we talk strategy. Don't tell anybody. And Lynn, close your ears. I saw Lynn in here. One night, we all got done with our meeting, and we went to dinner. And after dinner, we went down to the bar, and we were going to watch the last inning of the Rockies game. Well, this was the game where the Rockies weren't in the playoffs, and it wasn't the regular season. They had to play an extra game in the regular season to get to the playoffs. Do you guys remember that? We got to the bar in the last inning, and we were going to have a beer in the last inning. Well, how many innings was that? Something like 16 innings they went into to decide who was going to go on. It was more than one beer. And we won. It was one of the greatest baseball games of all time. And we got back to the home that we were staying at, and wrestler Greg Brophy and wrestler Sean Mitchell decided to start wrestling. Well, Harvey, being the smart aleck that he is, takes on Renfro, who's probably 100 pounds more than I am and can bench press 4,000 pounds. And I didn't do very well. And he picks me up, and he had more than one beer that night. And he starts teetering as he's holding me up and drops me and falls on me. So Scott's what? 10 feet tall, and when he drops you, it's pretty tall fall. But when he lands on you after dropping you, it'll break a rib or two. I didn't breathe normally for probably 2 or 3 months. That's how I really came to know Scott Renfro, and we've been best friends ever since. We did go out to the Republican National Convention this last, when was that, August or whatever, and got to stay at my home down in Tampa Bay. My mother-in-law's family has owned for ever, and got to swim in the ocean during the hurricanes. We've had the opportunity to become great friends, but more importantly, we've been able to become great brothers. Many of you all know we have a Bible study every Tuesday morning, and Scott has been there every Tuesday morning. Whether it is rain, sleet, snow, or whatever, he is completely dedicated to his faith. And that is what you have seen of Scott Renfro down here. It's not politics to Scott Renfro. Everything he does is because of the values that he brings with him into this chamber every day. It is his family and his faith. And I do want to blame Bill Cadman for this, because if I were the president of the Senate, no family members would be down here in the well, but Bill Cadman broke all protocol by bringing my wife Janie down here, so I broke all protocol and brought Scott's kids down here. And because I want to hold up Scott's family. Scott is, without a doubt, the first priority is his family. He is one of the most humble people you will ever know. You will never know the successful individual that Scott is, both as a family man, as a leader, as a businessman. He is probably one of the most successful businessmen anybody in this room has ever met, and you wouldn't know it. And he is raising his kids to be as humble and gracious and faithful to their Lord and Savior as I would ever hope and dream to be to my kids. Scotty, thank you for your service to the state and to your family and to your Lord. Thank you.
Senator Grantham.
Thank you, Madam President. That's it? All right. Tough to distill some of these things down into a few minutes. Very appreciative of you, Scott, and the mentorship that you have provided to me in these 4 years. The ability to, much like what I've said earlier with Senator Harvey, the ability to have those conversations and those times of advice and the back and forth. Wouldn't give that up for anything. Had the opportunity to write a letter for Scott, and yes, Senator Harvey, that was my letter, by the way. I think much of what I think about you is contained right there. But my appreciation goes much farther than that, and it's hard to express for you, for your family. I think probably my best memory isn't in this building. It's the trip that some of us actually got to take over to Israel and the time that we got to spend there, and being able to Tebow in the Jordan River. I hadn't even thought about that, and I happened to be walking down here a little while ago, and I saw that on your laptop, and it was a great reminder of a great time and a great moment that we could share, and I really appreciate everything that you are and the friend that you are to me, and the senator that you've been, and obviously the family man that you are. I was searching for something, and I finally found it just a little bit ago, but it was from 1 Corinthians 4:2. Moreover, it is required of a steward that a man be found faithful. And I think it's been alluded to, but I look at you and I see a faithful man, and I appreciate that, Scott.
Senator Johnston.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to tell one quick story about you, Scotty. I'm not even sure I've told you this story, but it's amazing to think it was only a year ago, probably a little bit earlier at this time, that my wife got very sick. And sudden surprise, she'd been diagnosed with cancer, and we didn't know where that came from. And it went from about 7 days from diagnosis to when we were on a plane to fly to D.C. for surgery. And the whole thing felt like a total whirlwind that I don't really remember much of at all, except for there's one moment I remember completely, and it was standing right there on that step, about to leave. Backpack on, I went to walk out the door, and you stopped me. And you gave me a hug, and you handed me a note. And I went, got on the plane, and flew out to the hospital and got there, and my wife went into surgery, and I sat down in the waiting room and opened my backpack, and there was that note from you which said, just want you to know that I am praying for you. I'm thinking about you. Know your wife is going to make it through. And I sat there with that note in front of me for the 4 hours that I waited for her to come out of surgery. And we were incredibly blessed. She came out healthy, made it through. But I don't think I ever told you what an incredible source of strength that note was for me in those long hours. And I think there were a lot of folks who sent me notes because they felt like they had to, or they felt like they should, or they felt like they were neighbors. But that one just felt purely sent out of love and out of thought and out of prayer. And I just remember sort of growing up what my dad taught me about what it meant to be a man of faith. And I just think what he meant was, in those moments where folks need you the most, you're there. I just want to thank you for being there in the moment when I need you the most.
Senator Lindberg.
Thank you, Madam President. Much has been said. I know the hour is late, and yet I would be remiss if I didn't pass on a little bit as well. I first got to know Senator Renfro as he and I shared some district. I was in the House, and part of my district was the town of Windsor, including the Weld County side, which was indeed part of his Senate district. And so we were able to interact a little bit. I remember dealing with the tornado when it hit and getting there as soon as I could, and there was Senator Renfro as well. And I learned a little bit about his commitment to his job here as senator. And then it's indeed been a privilege to get to know Scott more and more, serving side by side here in the Senate. You know, the legislature is a place for conflict, for the different ideas to come together and to turn that into public policy. Well, Scott Renfro is one of those individuals with whom I don't think I've had conflict. Now, some of that has to do with much of that has to do with our common values, but much of that has to do with Scott Renfro as well, and his ability to be a servant leader. And I so greatly appreciate that. And this is a man of great accomplishment, of great abilities. We are really humbled that he has chosen to spend so much of his life here, working with us. And I learned a little bit about him, I think a lot about him, some months ago when I attended the funeral for his father. Many have spoken of his faith and his family. But what I learned that day was the faith of his family and the real consistency there, because he comes from a family who understood where the real values are. And I had a little bit of extra insight into that in that learning of his father's life, I found that he came from North Platte, Nebraska, and was very much involved with the church up there. And I happened to have had the opportunity of interviewing and really digging into the life of the pastor of that church 40 years ago. And it all made sense to me right there. It really did, because I knew a little bit of the real solid foundation that his father was grounded in. And that's Scott Renfro as well. Scott, you're just getting started. I don't know where God's going to lead you next. I've got some pretty strong inklings on that. And we look forward to that. But I know, without a shadow of doubt, that your faith and your commitment to that faith will be a blessing to your family, to my family, to this entire country. We're going to miss you, but I don't consider us saying goodbye, just kind of changing roles. I know I'm not going to lose your phone number. So, Godspeed in so many ways.
Senator King.
Thank you, President Carroll. You know, last year I came to my desk here in the chamber and I found a book. And it wasn't the first book that I had gotten from Senator Renfro. I had gotten some other ones too. And it was called The Founder's Bible. And it caused me to pause for a minute in the fact that I don't have a family Bible. I mean, sometimes that's passed down from generation to generation, and took it home, read parts of it, a lot of history to it, along with the scriptures and so forth. And I can't tell you how much that meant to me, because I think what it did was started to create a family heirloom for our family. And should I ever be elected to public office, I will be sworn in on the Founder's Bible. And I wanted to tell Senator Renfro how much I appreciated that. Thank you.
Senator Marble.
Thank you, Madam President. This is another moment where I think how lucky I am to have a younger brother, another one, and one who I greatly respect. And it's something really unique about Scott. For me, it has taken a long time to get to know him. Not because he's closed up, he just is not one of those people who proselytizes and tells and is out there saying who he is. Basically, what he says is, through his life, is he lives by example, not by telling you how things should be. And so you watch. You end up watching and learning and watching and learning, and that's what I have done. And I can honestly say that it's been quite an experience watching Scott work. I've learned a lot about him through watching and through listening to things he does in committee, and being able to serve with him was an absolute honor. And I equate him to baseball, apple pie, and Chevrolet. He's everything that you learned when you were a kid. He is the epitome of the American family. He is the epitome of the American principle and values. And he is everything that I hope my children will be, my sons. I know it's kind of funny, but in committee, I always compared his questions to pitchers and different balls. And when he'd raise his hand and get recognized by the chair, I'm going, oh, fastball, slider, curveball, and it was always a direct hit. Oh, it was wonderful to watch. He did it with such finesse that many people didn't even recognize what was coming. And he never gloated about it, and yes, Mark and Scott would always be, behind me doing the little things. And I mean, if there's two people who are connected at the hip, it's Mark and Scott. There's nobody going to come between them. But it has been a true pleasure, and I knew when I came into this Senate about Scott, I had actually, Senator Lundberg had been my senator until the redistricting had come up about. And I felt sandwiched in the most protected place for my principles as I could be, because I had Senator Lundberg, and then right on the cusp, there was Scott Renfro. I was in heaven. And actually, it was those two who are the reason I am here today, because their principles and their values, the things that they stood for, the conservative part of the Republican platform, the families, it was a natural thing for me to think, this is who I want to follow, this is who I want to be like, and I am just so grateful that Scott has been there to show me the way. Even though he's my little brother that I've adopted, that he may not like that or not, it's just the way it is. I want to thank him and tell him I look forward to, just as others, this is a man I did not know. It's a man I will continue to know throughout the rest of my life, and I am looking forward to more lessons, not just about politics and this, but about family, because he is probably the epitomizes, which I wish I could have done for my children.
Senator Renfro, I think everyone who has served with you can't help but notice that you've taken your business experience and offered an amazing filter of offering a very practical real-world business experience through the lens of a lot of things we do. I have to say I'm sorry that the House didn't pass our red light bill. I was really hoping this would be, I mean, you've worked so hard on that. It deserved to pass. I don't know what's wrong with those people over there. It would have been a nice one to be able to do in your last year here, but a commitment, again, to civil liberties, and also notice the hard work that was done on education issues this year and others, but really was above and beyond on overtime and really put in an incredible amount of hard work on the negotiations to get us bipartisan accomplishment on important education stuff. I want to thank you for your service and yield the microphone, Senator Renfro.
Thank you, Madam President. You know, it's been such an honor to be here. We all know that. And I guess maybe you don't if you're still pretty new in your term. And once you get closer to the end, you do start thinking of that and that your time will come with term limits or elections or other opportunities that do come people's way to have them step away. I do want to thank God for the blessings and the opportunities and the doors that He's opened for me, and thank my wife, Pamela. I couldn't be here without her, just like all of us, all of you, you know the importance of that rock and that comforter, that supporter, and partner. And it's been wonderful. And then my kids. Pam would have been here today. She was here yesterday. And my senior daughter, she actually was in the regional golf tournament today up in northern Colorado. And so she they just had a rain delay, so they've just finished up. And so Pam's out there with her. Otherwise, they would probably be here too. And then my oldest daughter is out in Washington, D.C., working for Senator Rand Paul right now, and as a junior at Hillsdale, which is kind of neat to see. And I want to thank also Weld County and the constituents there for electing me twice and giving me this honor to serve them and to be their voice. And that's pretty humbling to have that opportunity, and I think we all know that and from where we are there. But it's been, for me, one of the neatest things has been to see selfishly the growth of my family, and as people have talked about that, and to see them have to grow with you as a senator. And I know we've all, if you have kids that have been in school, you experience that. And when they're little like this, 8th grade down, it's cool. Teachers tolerate and don't say much. But if you're in high school or college, that's a different world. And Olivia, my oldest, had to experience that pretty pretty early. And having teachers that knew where I was, knew basically what I stood for, and would confront her to grow and decide what she believed at an early age, which most kids don't have to do while they're in high school. And so to me, that's been an interesting growth model of watching and seeing the opportunities that kids get through this. And it's something I think we all can treasure, is the opportunities that they get to come and learn about the process and see different things. I'm a pretty blunt person, I guess. That's pretty obvious. Senator Marble, I guess you should never go Google me, and with what you said about not proselytizing or whatever you want, preaching, whatever you want to call it, to other people. When you do reflect back and you look at things, I think that's one thing that has stuck with me the most and made me debate myself the most through my 8 years here, has been some of the battles that we've had on social issues. And I'll be the first to admit, I came down here and tried to speak truth. And looking back and debating myself, I wish I would have had more grace in my words at times for people that that needed to hear grace. And that's a tough balance that we have here, because we are under such a microphone, under such a spotlight of a camera, with outside groups wanting to hammer us for everything we say. And I'll be blunt again, I guess. I don't really think it's Amendment 41 that we keep hiding behind that has divided both sides of the aisle. For me, in my thoughts, and I came in 8 years ago, but I would say it starts in Colorado with the Gang of Four and the way politics has changed in our state in the last 10 years, in the aggressiveness of our elections, the money in our elections, the fear of getting to know somebody because of that, or not the fear, but maybe if you're in a tough competitive seat, you got the tar beat out of you depending on what side of the aisle you were on, so you really didn't want to go and meet and learn something about someone on the other side. And if you were in a safe seat, you were part of the team that was participating in trying to win seats for your side. And I guess that's the nature of this experiment that our founders put forth, maybe not the way they envisioned it completely, but the reality that we do have today within how we come together here. And I don't know how we get past that to bond those ties with term limits, because I think there are barriers and walls that are coming down for people to get to know each other and to be friends and to work together on different issues that you don't see right out of the gate. But I think that window is so short that it doesn't happen at the speed or the frequency that it used to in past years. And so for me, that's my psychoanalysis of our Amendment 4140 on my parting shots, I guess, of being here. And I got to set the story straight on Ted, though. We got to be honest. We were there, and first I had to take on Brophy, and I wrestled him, and he says he won, but he really didn't. You know, I had the weight advantage there. And then I took on Senator Mitchell, and you don't ever want to do that. Holy cow, that guy is in such shape and so strong and so agile. And so then I took on Harvey after that because he was feeling spunky, and picked him up, and I was going to try to bench press him above my head, and I lost balance. And so that was wrong to try to take him up here. That was a little too, I didn't calculate his weight that much within that realm. And I was going to bring him down and do one of those wrestling things on the knee. And I really did one of those wrestling things on the knee, which you don't really have them do in the fake wrestling world. And so that's where those broken ribs came from. But that was a great memory of being there. And but I do thank you, colleagues. I know many of you, through not serving on committees together and not having the time, or through I guess words and actions that put the guards up early, we didn't get to know each other, and I apologize for that, because the ones that I have got to know and spend time with, it's been a pleasure and an honor to serve with you, and thank you so much.
So, thank you, President Carroll. I think important safety tip from a guy that did a lot of dancing in his youth: never drop your date. Your mic's good. So, just like the rest of our colleagues, the commemorative of your time here in the Senate. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And Godspeed.
Thank you.
Yeah.
This one too.
The Honorable Scott Renfro. You want to?
Mr. Majors, would you please read the tribute for Senator Greg Brophy?
The Senate of the Colorado Legislature, convened in the 69th General Assembly, hereby extends heartiest congratulations and commendation to Senator Greg Brophy. Senator Greg Brophy was elected to the 64th, 65th, 66th, 67th, 68th, and 69th General Assemblies, where he represented his fellow citizens with honor and dignity. During his tenure in the House and Senate, he served with distinction as Senate Assistant Minority Leader and as a member of the Agriculture, Livestock and Natural Resources, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Energy, Appropriations, Finance, Information and Technology, Judiciary, Legal Services, and Legislative Council committees, as well as a number of interim committees. The citizens of Colorado and the members of the Senate express gratitude for his exemplary service to our great state and wish Senator Brophy well in his future endeavors. Given the 7th day of May, 2014, the state capitol, Denver, Colorado, signed Morgan Carroll, President of the Senate.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, colleagues. Please be seated. Senator Greg Brophy, come on down. And I think, members, would you help me welcome our latest rules violation as we encourage and bring Mrs. Angie Brophy to the front with him? Angie. Okay, I'm done after this. I'm done. You know, Greg came in a little bit after me in the House, but I am pretty sure we've always been here together. And what's interesting here is when you come here for the first time, as many of you know, you try to learn from those who were here before you. And when I started, the folks that had been here for a while had been here a long while because term limits had not started to kick in yet. So I was serving with folks here that had years and years and years when I was in the House, years of experience. And you try to get experience from those who you get to know quickly because your time here is short. It's only 4 months, and some days it seems like forever. So I kind of recall who I tried to get mentoring opportunities from when I first came in. And obviously it was our leadership, almost never the JBC. Because I was pretty much sure they were wrong from the first day I got here. I haven't totally changed my mind yet. But literally after Greg got here, I found him becoming my mentor. And for a guy that's younger and with less time here, considering who we had here that had been here dozens of years, some of them, I think that says a lot. And that has never changed for me. Greg is my go-to guy on policy and politics. When I was in the position with the opportunity coming before me to run for minority leader, and most of you know what it's like, isn't the leadership race fun? Isn't that just the most fun you can have besides a primary? And you know what it can be like. If you're interested in the job, you try to identify who else might be most interested and capable and possible of getting more votes than you. And you try to get more votes than them first. Right? Come on, this isn't a secret. But so one of my first calls was to Greg, not to see if he was going to run for the job against me, but frankly to see if he would rather have the job, because I would rather have supported him than run for the job. And at that point he said, no, this is your time to do this. And he encouraged me. Which up until that point I actually thought we were friends. I think so much of him I actually looked at last year. We kind of have a commitment to stay out of primaries as we're trying to stay focused on the task at hand going forward in elections. But I had a proposal for Greg. I said, you know, I'd actually really like to support your race for governor, and gosh darn it, I'm going to have to step down as minority leader to do it. And he talked me out of that too. Somebody was asking me, the press was asking me yesterday about Greg's time here, and we had a really good visit, obviously going back quite a ways, and they were asking me about some of his quirky bills, and it kind of took me back to some of my first House bills with Greg, something about bicycle lanes and the bikes everywhere, daylight savings time, Brofinol, the new dad's root beer, which meant have a beer with your dad. Remember that? I thought that was a pretty good idea. A lot different than when I was a kid. My dad would have been there while I was drinking some of his beer out of the fridge. I have really been dreading this day, and I've told him that I don't want him to leave. And it's going to be very apparent next year when it's time to make the committee assignments, or we have a bill that he has been the go-to guy every year, every time on those bills. I'm also going to miss the constant, interesting relationship between him and Ted Harvey. That's another issue, and we'll talk at Stoney's. The war over water between him and Ted Harvey. We'll talk at Stoney's. If we mentioned having a chance to attend Scott's dad's service, we attended Greg's dad's service as well, and just a great opportunity to learn more about people that you already care about and the families that created them. I learned a lot about Ray that day. Brophy's a pretty big name there. Brophy Electric, Brophy Real Estate, Brophy everything. Thought it was a company town. Funny for a guy that doesn't really vote with Lois Talktrop months on union stuff. Greg's second year here, you talk about something outstanding, and this doesn't really matter where you are on the issue, but in his second year here, he worked to impeach a judge. And I wasn't on that Judiciary Committee. I don't know, were you on that committee? This was as professional of a presentation and a prosecution of an individual as I've ever seen, and definitely had ever seen live. It was literally like watching C-SPAN. The testimony, the witnesses, the presentation, the case that he made was unbelievable. I have not seen much in that vein since, including the serious issues that we've dealt with together. Second year here. And that was in a committee controlled by Republicans, sponsored by Republicans, and then eventually killed by Republicans. That spoke volumes to me then, and nothing has changed since, except for my increase in my esteem, respect, admiration for all that you bring to the table and all that you've meant to me personally, in spite of you supporting me to run for leadership. Greg actually jokes more about his height than those of us that have hit our heads on things. But I would say you are truly one of the giants among people in this institution and will never be forgotten. God bless you, and God bless Angie and your family.
Senator Shuffle.
Thank you, President Carroll. Senator Brophy, when I think of you, never, ever, ever underestimate Senator Greg Brophy. No matter what the area, he's funnier than you might think. His faith is deeper than you might think. His intellect, his knowledge. I too had the privilege and sad privilege of attending your dad's funeral and saw a glimpse into you and your faith, and what a privilege that was. Saw your stretch of influence in your hometown and area. I had the privilege of traveling all over this state with Senator Brophy on the redistricting endeavor. There is nobody that knows this state better than you. I was amazed at the knowledge just that would come out in these discussions. We'd roll into a place and have these hearings, and tip of his tongue, knowledge of communities, towns, roads, watersheds and draws and different things. It was really quite remarkable. I can remember sitting down with you, and long before, you may have had it in your mind, but I don't think any of us knew about it. Certainly you hadn't been too public about it, long before you were thinking about running for governor. And just doodling on a map, naming off counties and areas and districts. That will be, as Senator Cadman was saying, that will be sorely missed. You really have been a go-to guy on so many issues that just involve the nuts and bolts and kind of core bases of this county and the things that we all should be. It's really a bit of a rebuke how all of us should try to be as knowledgeable as you are about this state. So I thank you for your service. It's been an honor and privilege to serve with you. I've been with you on committees, and again, just kind of not to be underestimated. We'd be rolling along on a particular issue. I can remember in some of the business committees we served on, and boy, some arcane issue not known to many on a budget issue or just the nuts and bolts of how this place ran. You'd expect somebody on JBC to maybe know about that, but Greg Brophy knew about it and would raise that issue and make sure we were all on the right side of an issue, and that was noted and appreciated. It's been an honor to serve with you, Senator, and I thank you for your service. Godspeed.
Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Madam President. And Greg and I have not always been on the same side of issues. I remember the first time that I ever met Senator Brophy, and it was over this wonderful piece of legislation that he was running. It had something to do with bicycles. And he always told me I hated bicycles, and I don't. I owned one at one point in time, and when the barn burnt, the bicycle burnt, and I just never have replaced it, and one day I probably will. But he was very passionate about this piece of legislation. And the bill came up for a vote, and so there was problems with it, so we sent it to conference committee. So we went to conference committee, and there was no votes, and so it went back to conference committee to go beyond the scope of differences. And basically, it had nothing to do with the bill. It was just that I wanted to pick at Greg a little bit because I knew that he actually loved bicycles, and I liked them too, but I didn't like them that much. Over the years, though, I've got to know Greg. I know that he's very passionate about what the legislation that he's running, and he is very knowledgeable. And I got to know Greg a great deal better here over the last 6 months. We traveled a lot together. We became very good friends and really appreciate him as a person. Learn more about what he stood for. A lot of the people I traveled with, I learned to have a great deal of respect for them. And I just wanted to say that, Greg, it's been my pleasure to serve with you, to get to know you, and to wish you all the luck in the world in your endeavors moving forward. God bless you and your family.
Senator Harvey.
Sit down.
Thank you, Madam President. You ever notice this, what Greg Brophy does every time he comes to the mic? Smiles. Members, there are few people in this world I love more than Greg Brophy. He and Angie have become dear friends of mine and Janie's. But the things I'll remember Greg Brophy about is watermelon shoots. For those of you who haven't shot a gun, you need to come out to the Brophy farm in about August, September, when the melons are too ripe for eating, but they're perfect for shooting. And Greg has a watermelon shoot every year, and we call it a fundraiser, but I don't think Greg's ever raised a dime in the time that he's had the watermelon shoot. He wastes all of the resources that he raises on beer and cigars, I think. But I'll also remember Greg for his commie bicycle bills that I've always had to vote for every single time that he brings them up because of all of the commie bicyclists I have in my district that bombard me with emails every single time he carries one of these commie bicycle bills. And one time, I don't know how it happened, but some Highlands Ranch Reporter was nearby when I said that, and it was quoted in the newspaper that I had to vote for one of these stupid commie bicycle bills at Brophy's. But as Greg said earlier, when we were talking about my tenure down here, I think we talked about that about 48 hours ago. Greg's and my love-hate relationship when it came to our passionate defense of water rights in the state of Colorado. There is no better adversary than Greg Brophy. Nobody who understands his issue of water and his constituents' interests on water than Greg Brophy does. It was always fun when we agreed, because there was no better team ever to fight together arm in arm. But there was no better adversary to be against when we disagreed. And we disagreed a lot on water issues, because he was always trying to steal my community's water. Chatfield Reservoir. That's all I got to say. Greg's got a few friends here today. I can only recognize one of them, and it's Sheriff Day back in the corner. Because he's an elected official. That's the only reason why I can recognize him. And he wanted me to let you all know that Greg's service to his community is not over with. At the end of this term, he will be deputized to the Yuma County Sheriff's Department today on the floor, back in the corner, before we're over with. And I'm not joking either. He's not that good of a shot, though, so I hope the criminals are not that fast. Is there any criminals in Yuma County? I don't think so. Greg is passionate about bicycles. He's passionate about farming. He's passionate about water. Why do I always do this? But there's nothing he's more passionate about than Angie. You know, they've been married for over 20 years, and I've never seen anybody so soppy, goopy, gross in my life than these two after 20 years of marriage together. And who wouldn't be? Angie, you are an amazing woman. I know the sacrifice you have had to endure to allow your husband to serve. It is a sacrifice, and we love you for it. Greg, you are one of my brothers in arms and band of brothers. I love you, man, and we will be friends for life.
Senator Lambert? I had Senator Lambert first.
Thank you, Madam President. In the 8 years I've been in the legislature and the 2 years prior to that I served with then Representative Keith King and Representative Dave Schulteis over in the House, I think every Monday I've received a letter signed by Greg Brophy. That letter is an invitation to our Tuesday morning Bible study. And we've also, as I think some of our colleagues have said, found in that environment an opportunity to get inside people's minds and attitudes. And this last week, just to paraphrase the verse that we were studying, we don't move too fast. I think it took, 8 years to get through the book of James? 6 years. But paraphrase this, one of the verses from Apostle Paul was to entrust faithful men who will be able to teach others also. And I think after Senator Greg Brophy's tenure, that's something that he leaves as a legacy of what he has done to be a trusted man, to teach others, to be fair. And as I was studying that, there are a few examples immediately following that verse of who those trustworthy people are. It struck me that one of the examples was a wrestler. We've had too many wrestling jokes today, I think, but Senator Brophy was state champion, I believe, state champion of Colorado in wrestling. And I think that preparation builds character and the attitude to succeed, the attitude to play fairly. The word for wrestler in Greek is athle. It's where you get the word athlete. And Greg is an athlete. There's an ethos about being an athlete of fair play, sportsmanship, endurance, strength. And the verse in the Bible that I think epitomizes part of that is an athlete is not crowned unless he competes according to the rules. Immediately following that, the next example of a faithful person is the hard-working farmer. And again, this epitomizes Senator Greg Brophy, a person of the soil, and literally the word farmer in Greek means earth worker. He works the earth to produce fruit. And I think that's something that Greg took with him in his life experience and will continue to do so, is produce fruit, not just through the ground, but through people. And it's good fruit, and it will last and be carried on as a legacy to other generations. Later in the book of 2 Timothy, in one of his last writings before he was beheaded, the Apostle Paul said, "The time of my departure has come. And that's what we're recognizing today in our friend Greg. Paul said, "I have fought the good fight. I have finished the race. I have kept the faith." Greg has always been a fighter. He has fought against odds, but he's always gone the distance. He's always kept the faith. He's always finished the race.
Senator Johnston?
Thank you, Madam President. Well, now that this can no longer hurt you in a gubernatorial primary, I think I can just go ahead and come out of the closet with this. Something that probably nobody knows except for Lynn Bartles, I suppose, which is you have been one of my closest friends in this chamber since I walked in those doors the first time. And maybe one of the closest now as you prepare to walk out today. And I think about all of the dark moments I've been through where I've come to you for counsel, not just on policy or politics, but on my kids, on my family, on my faith. I think all the times I've come to Angie for that same feedback, and she actually gives much better advice than you do, not surprisingly. But I think about you every time someone says to me, God, you must hate your job. It must be terrible. You go down there and it's partisan and everyone hates each other and nothing gets done and it's so vitriolic and what a terrible place to spend your life. And I say, actually, it's nothing like that. What happens is I have an idea and I have a bill, and before I run my bill, my friend Greg comes up to me and puts his hand on my shoulder and says, Mike, this is a terrible idea. And let me tell you why this is a terrible idea. And I'm going to go to the mic and tell you why it's a terrible idea. And then you come down here and you make that case, probably better than my argument. And then you come back after it's over, back to my desk, and put your hand back on my shoulder and say, we should talk about this some more. That was what I hoped I signed up for when I ran for this job, was a place where really smart people who care about the issues debate the issues, not sort of the ideology. And I mean, not surprising that you are a state wrestling champion, because it is that sense of the people you love to see the most are the very best competitors, like Senator Harvey said, the ones who will challenge you to get better every time you play. And afterwards will have great respect for the fact that you fought as hard as you could. And so, you know, I think about you are one of the few people who can come down to this microphone and stand up and change my fundamental opinion about an issue when you're standing here. And there have been a lot of nights where I've been home with Courtney and she'll say something and say, why are you not listening to me? And I'll say, because I think Brophy might be right. I'm still yeah, exactly. It's too late to vote that way. But hours later, the sense that you had made an argument I couldn't make go away was really, really compelling. And I just want to say that I feel like in this building you get taught a lot that the purpose is to count votes. And if you have the most votes, you win. And there's a Gandhi quote that reminds me so much of you, which is, in matters of conscience, the law of majority has no place, which is the moments we disagreed, it didn't matter who had the votes. The argument you were making was one of conscience and was one of values. And if I was wrong on that, it didn't matter where the votes were. And I feel like in that way you were able to push me and to make me better in a way that I never thought I could be. And so I just wanted to say a thank you, a huge thank you for two reasons. One is thank you for being one of the reasons why I love this job and feel like it's a noble work. And the second is thank you for making me feel like every time someone calls me a politician, I see it not as a mark of shame, but as a badge of honor. It is something that you have carried with incredible dignity and with incredible integrity, and it makes me proud to walk in these doors, and makes me really sad to see you walk out these doors. Thanks, Greg.
Brother.
Senator Lundberg.
Thank you, Madam President. We've been going for well over an hour, and I come down here because nobody has mentioned Brophy time. Of all the things you leave us with, it's that concept of Brophy time, which always amazed me because as a farmer, you couldn't care less what the clock says. It's what the crops say. It's what the weather says. It's what the sun says. But I think that's right along the same level as the commie bicycle bills that I, like Senator Harvey, were forced to support. But as I look around the room, I see that Senator Brophy and I believe, were the only ones to come into the legislature in 2003 at this point. And so I feel a lot of common ground with my good friend. And some other commonalities that I could really relate to is, on my mother's side at least, the family comes from that part of eastern Colorado. And I've got quite a background in ag as well, even though I was born and raised in Denver. A little bit of a difference, but I felt so much in common with Senator Brophy and First Representative Brophy. Greg, you've been one of my best friends down here. And what I really want to leave you with at this time is the fact that you've pushed me. You've pushed me because your brain runs about 3 times faster than mine does. This is probably just more of a testament of my slowness than your speed, but I remember that first year we were down here, and it's towards the end of the session, and we were voting on bills right and left in the House, and some bill went through, and I voted for it, and you voted against it, and you looked at me, and I said, "So what was that bill?" And he said, "It was the long bill." And I was not intending on voting for it, but you really were so much faster in everything, and that has pushed me to keep up and to keep track and to dig deeper and to really understand the issues and the bills, and most importantly, how it affects the people of Colorado. And that's what you've pushed me to do, is to be better at that. And now, even though we came in together, you're leaving too soon. And Lord willing, I'll have a few more years, and yet you won't be pushing me from a chair beside, but I'm going to feel that pressure all along to be better, to learn more, to dig deeper, to understand, to make those arguments, to understand what it does to the people of Colorado, because that's what you've been doing. You're a dear friend, and I can't say it all at the mic here, but I sure will miss you. But I'm going to keep pushing. Thank you, brother.
Senator Todd.
Thank you, Madam President. And again, I had the deep privilege of getting to work with Senator Brophy as a representative and now as a senator. And I remember in the House specifically, a bill that we were discussing and debating, and it was about seatbelts, mandatory seatbelts. And I'll never forget that at that time, Representative Brophy came down and said, "Do I need to get a seatbelt attached to my tractor?" And, you know, we all kind of laughed at that. But what it did is it made me stop and think how important it is, excuse me, how important it is for us to look at what rural Colorado really is about. And that when we try to impose a statewide law, what are the effects? And I learned a tremendous amount. Greg, you and I never served on a committee together. Don't think we ever ran a bill together. But a couple of things that I admire most about you is the creativity and the innovation of the way you look at things, and that you look and think outside the box. And you don't ask, what if? You say, why not? And I think that has been your approach as a legislator down here. It has challenged us to think about how do we approach things and how do we look at things in a wider way. your depth of character is immeasurable. And I think the evidence of that has been in so many different cases. I remember saying to you, I watched you on the debate, on the gubernatorial debate, and you were surprised that I watched. And I said I was so impressed. And your comment was, well, I think I won it because people like me. And I said, what's not to like? I think Greg Brophy has the, not only the tenacity, but also the intelligence of being able to look at the big picture. And when he said, I know this state better than any other candidate, I think he really knows what he's talking about. I want to say a special thank you to you, to Senator Renfro, to Senator Harvey as you get ready to leave, Senator Scheffel, Senator Cadman, Senator Grantham. When the, I think that was it, when the Aurora Theater reopened, you came to Aurora the night of the reopening. That meant a tremendous amount to me. Thank you. God bless you. God bless your family. And well wishes on your next journeys. I know they're not over.
Senator Balmer.
Thank you, Madam President.
And Senator Cadman, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. Well, it is absolutely a lot of fun to talk about Greg Brophy. I remember the first time that I met him, I was a freshman in the House. He was a senior guy in the House. And, you know, just like any other clueless / cocky freshman, I thought that I knew a lot about suburban politics and that I knew that he represented some place in Kansas or Nebraska or somewhere out there. I wasn't really sure what this district was. But he knew all about my district. He knew all about suburban politics, and he could talk suburban politics with me. And I was just I thought that was so cool. But I had no idea how much he knew about politics. Greg Brophy could right now, if we gave him the mic and asked him to do this, he could literally describe the boundaries of each one of our districts. He could tell us something about each one of our districts. He could tell you a grocery store in each one of our districts. He could tell you the difference between the types of groceries that they sell at this grocery store and this grocery store, even if they're both King Soopers. Greg knows little things about all over Colorado. He knows more about Colorado than probably any elected official in this building, including our esteemed governor. It's a good thing he ran for governor. It's a bad thing that our party did not have the wisdom to nominate him, but that's another discussion. But this gentleman really, really loves Colorado. I had fun with him just because I wanted to see if I could find a chink in his armor. This is more recently. This is this year when he was running for governor. He was already announced, no, wait a minute, this was last year. He was thinking about running for governor, and I said, I know a way to bring him down a notch. So I asked the staff to print a blank map of Colorado, just had the county lines with no names on there. I said, I want you to fill in all the county names. He got almost all of them on the first try. So I said, oh my gosh. But now he could probably, if I just gave him a square with nothing inside the square, he could probably fill in the county lines and the county names. And of course, as I said, tell you everything about every county. And it's not just because he's a nerd on politics, because I'm a nerd on politics too. He really does love politics. He likes reading stories from Campaign and Elections magazine or National Review or anything that is challenging on the science of politics. But it's also because I think he just loves Colorado. He likes riding around Colorado on his bicycle. But he also has done one of the most difficult jobs that any Coloradan has done. He's been a farmer. I've had conversations with him when he was on the tractor And of course, being the suburban guy that I am, I'm thinking, well, maybe he's not actually driving the tractor right now. He's probably taking a break because we're having a normal conversation. And he explained to me, oh, no, I'm driving the tractor right now talking to you on the cell phone. And this tractor is so state-of-the-art that it doesn't make any noise, and according to Greg, he doesn't even have to drive it. It drives itself. So Greg Brophy has done more things than all of us combined, I think, and he has loved all of it. Greg has been pushing the Republican Party for quite a while to try to figure out how to be more understanding of people that don't traditionally vote Republican. He's been trying to push us, he challenges us in caucus all the time. Not because he represents a swing district. I think he represents possibly the most Republican state Senate district in America, but definitely Colorado, I think. But it's because he knows that the Republican Party needs to care about all Coloradans, and he's constantly challenging us in caucus and on the floor, hey, make sure that you think about that from all sides. And so God bless you for caring about all Coloradans, Greg, not just those that are traditionally Republican voters. I remember Mark mentioned this, got to go around Colorado on the redistricting committee. Senator Heath was on the committee. We got to go to a lot of places, and Greg was using his encyclopedic knowledge all over the place, asking witnesses very challenging questions on their towns, knowing their towns better than them, and that was fun to watch. I remember when we were on our way, we rode in a van together to go out to Greg's dad's funeral. We were in Fort Morgan, which, God, we'd already driven for 9 hours to get to Fort Morgan. And I thought, are we there yet? And they said, no, we still got another 100 miles to go. But we're in the McDonald's, because we had to stop because we were starving by that time. We stopped at the Fort Morgan McDonald's, and we're in there, and they saw a bunch of legislators in there, and they said, what are you guys doing? So we're going to Greg Brophy's dad's funeral. They go, oh, yeah, we heard about that, but please tell him that we're praying for him. And everybody in the Fort Morgan McDonald's knew who Greg Brophy was. Now, you can go to any McDonald's anywhere in my district, and if you can find one person that knows my name, I'll be excited. But everybody in eastern Colorado, Kansas, Nebraska, and South Dakota, North Dakota knows Greg Brophy, and every other place that he's ridden his bike. And that's really neat to see. But so I've had a lot of fond memories of political things with Greg, but by far the best thing about Greg Brophy to me has been that he's been the leader of the Bible study. And the Bible study has been something that's really ministered to me during my time here at the Capitol. And every single time you go to the Bible study, which for me is 50% of the time in a good year, Greg's there. I don't think Greg ever misses. If he does, I've never seen him miss. But the thing about it is, Greg doesn't just go to the Bible study. He doesn't just listen to everybody else's comments while they're making them. He doesn't just dive into the study of the half a verse that Dan's covering that month. But he actually lives what they teach in the Bible study. Greg is the most caring, forgiving, loving brother I think I've known here in the Capitol. He really cares about you. He prays for you. He forgives you. He calms you down if you're all fired up, which occasionally I am. But I think he understands the passion that's inside of each of us, and he meets us where we need to be met that day. I think that this guy has been the biggest vessel of Jesus Christ's love to hit the Capitol since the time that I've been here. And thank you for being someone that greets us all with Christ-like love every single day. It really has been a ministry to all of us. So thank you so much, Greg. I want to read a quote. It's not from the Bible. It's from one of our favorite Republican presidents, Teddy Roosevelt. And he said, "It is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes up short again and again, because there is no effort without error and shortcoming, but who does actually strive to do the deeds, who knows great enthusiasms, great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at the best knows the end of the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who knew neither victory nor defeat." And I can't think of someone who better has lived that as an example to all of us than Senator Greg Brophy.
Senator Kerr.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, the people who go to McDonald's in my district, the people who go to King Soopers in my district, know who Greg Brophy is. And that is because he could draw the outlines of my district. And this is because he has spent more time than probably anyone else in my district, in the McDonald's, and in the King Soopers campaigning against me. So yes, the people in my district know who Greg Brophy is, and he knows the lines for my district. But I'm here to air some grievances against, you probably thought I came up here to talk about our common love of getting on your bicycle and getting some fresh air. And I'll get to that in a second. But first of all, I want to say there's no one in this state more disappointed that there's not going to be a Governor Brophy since, if we could turn off the cameras for just a second. Senator Cadman, if you could make sure that that happens. Thank you. Thank you very much. But a little smoke-filled backroom deal that if there was a Governor Brophy and there was not a second term for a Senator Kerr, that Colorado was going to have a new bike czar. So second-term Governor Hickenlooper, second-term Governor, or first-term Governor Kopp, whoever is the next governor of Colorado, I haven't made that same deal with, but I'm hopeful that we might be able to work that out. So to our common love of cycling. So if you go to my Facebook page, and not my political page, but my personal page, which, Senator Cadman, you'll have to use one of the made-up names that you use on Facebook to get to my personal page, but most of your staff back there probably can show you how to do that. But on my personal Facebook page, the main picture there is of me on a cycle. And Senator Brophy didn't take that picture, but he was right there when it was taken. We were going up Lookout Mountain. It was the inaugural year of the USA Pro Cycle, and we were having a little bike ride just outside of Golden, going up Lookout Mountain together. And I have a somewhat smug look on my face, I would say, because I had just challenged Senator Brophy which one of us was going to get to the top of Lookout Mountain first. If someone had taken a picture of my face about 5 seconds later, that smug look would have been off my face, because about 5 seconds later was the last time I saw Greg that day, because he was so far ahead of me and so far gone up Lookout Mountain that day. So we did have some good cycling bills. I would say I don't think any of our biking bills passed, But at the end of the day, we won. Thank you, City of Blackhawk. And make sure that you get your biking jersey that says Blackhawk, that the City of Blackhawk made. Those are pretty nice, and we should wear those together when we ride our bikes through Blackhawk someday together. But I think this is an example of where two people who don't share too many other commonalities other than the love of the freedom of getting on our bikes and riding and exploring throughout our great state together. So maybe it won't be Brophy for governor in 2014, but 2018, if the Bike Czar job is still available, remember me. Thank you.
Senator Marble.
Thank you, Madam President. I don't think many people know this story, and this is another little brother moment. And when I won the election and came in, and here we are all on the floor, and we get sworn in, and man, I just won the lottery because I get to sit next to Greg Brophy. So I think, oh, what a awesome opportunity this is, because I know this guy knows more than anyone about everything going on within the state of Colorado. So after we have the, pomp and circumstance and all the stuff that happens that first week, I come in the next week and I just am so excited, and I walk in the door and I come in and I look at Greg and I go, "Good morning, Greg," and it's, nah. And I think, well, that's weird. Well, then I look at him and I look at what he's doing. He's like on 3 different radio stations and updating 4 different websites, multitasking like no one I have ever seen in my life. I mean, this guy's a busy guy. So I thought, oh, okay, just leave him alone. I walk in the next day, same thing. Same thing. I said, does this guy ever stop? This went on for a month and a half. Every morning going in, "Good morning, Greg." Eh. That's about all I got out of him. So finally, out of my frustration, and I have, believe me, I've got 2 boys who have taught me throughout my life that, Mom, you got no game. I don't know even how to strike up a conversation with so many people. And I tried a couple of times, and I realized that Greg Brophy is an important, and he's a very busy man. So we were in one of our late night debates, and it was probably around March 1st. And I was standing up, as I usually do, by my chair, because we sit so much and your butt gets so sore, you just got to stand up a lot just to give your butt a little bit of a break. And I'm looking, and it was the gun debate. And I think it was about 9:30 at night. And I'm thinking about my relationship with my brother, my older brother, my biological brother, and I'm thinking about my relationship with my Marine sons, and I'm thinking about, what would really work here? So finally, I get so frustrated, I turn around and I look at Greg, and I said, "Greg?" And he goes, "Nah." Nah. And I said, "I'm going to take you out back and kick your ass." That was the icebreaker. That was where we connected, and that's where things really started to happen. And I would suggest, if any other woman comes in and they have a little bit of a hard time relating to some of these guys who multitask like there's no tomorrow, and you want to get noticed, try that line. It worked with Greg. And I would say it has been an honor and a pleasure. He is absolutely hilarious. Every time we have had a conversation since that time, it's been nothing but a learning curve for me, and I know I have a lot of work ahead. If I only could learn half of what he's forgot, I would be a very blessed woman. Thank you so much, Greg.
Senator Newell.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, This is one of those people I will absolutely miss in the chamber, and not because we always agree on everything, because obviously we don't. However, when I was a freshman, and I don't even remember, you might even remember what bill this was, but there was some kind of a gun bill that I came in on, and in my naivete, I was going over to Senator Brophy and saying, well, what if we tried to do this, and what if we tried to do that? And one of my ideas was, well, why don't we just have a statewide registration database? And his eyes were like, you don't want to do that. I had no idea. I had no idea of the history or the context or the sensitivity around it. And I soon started to learn bill after bill after bill from Senator Brophy about the issues that I did not know anything about. Potatoes and farming and water and, but most importantly, there is no man, I think, in the, not only this chamber, but in both chambers, who knows the rules better than Senator Brophy. And I would just watch in awe every time he would get into action. So but in addition to that, there is this heart that is truly so deeply compassionate. And most people don't know that about you, Senator. But when you started to talk about your wife and your family, and you showed me the pictures of them and how all of a sudden you were just beaming, and then even the other day about the foster children issues, and I just thank you so much for the service that you have given, and I think a lot of us owe, well, especially I, coming from little Miss Suburbia, I have learned so much about the agriculture in this state from you. So I'm very grateful for that. And thank you so much for your service.
Thank you. And I do appreciate him so much shorter than me.
Senator Swartz.
Thank you, Madam President Pro Tem. So, Senator Brophy, it's been a long time together, and I want to reiterate those issues around this. You remind me of my father, a man of very few words, except for when he decided to talk about it. And I respected you so much as the ranking minority member of the Senate Agriculture Committee. I held that, and to the degree that you held me very accountable, and yet you were the person with the experience, with the tenure on the agriculture issues, and I appreciate that. But I do have to say, between Senators Brophy and Harvey, it was always the South Platte versus the South Metro. And what I do want to say also is we have an expression at our house sometimes. It's seldom right, but never in doubt. So whether it's constitutional or not constitutional, but we're never in doubt on those issues. So to that extent, it has been really a great, productive 8 years. I think we've done well for agriculture, and I look forward to working this summer on the Water Interim Committee, talking about water markets, talking about flex markets, because, Senator Brophy, you are one of the most provocative thinkers in the building, and always have been. That your thinking is never what I expect it to be when I come on the other side of the aisle and chat it up about the Ag Committee, but I never know where you're going to come from, but it's always a place that sort of expands how we view things. I want to thank you for that. So it will be, I think, a productive summer. I'm glad we're not going to be finished with our ability to talk about these important issues. And hats off to your biking and all your commitment to riding. I remember right before I came in this building. I did 4 Ride the Rockies. I was a biker. And I really learned very quickly that I'd crawl out of this building in May, and it would be, there's not a prayer that I could do the kind of riding that you have committed yourself to long-term. And I want to thank you. I want to thank you for the opportunity to work together. I want to thank you for your patience, your tolerance, and your friendship. All the best to you.
Thank you. Majority Leader Heath, and then we'll have Senator Grantham.
Thank you, Madam President. And Senator Brophy, I could come up here and talk about your passion, your intellect, which I've always admired, and we could talk about your crops. I always enjoyed sharing that. But it was Senator Harvey that got me up here to speak, because he was talking about your mannerisms whenever you came to this mic. And it was always the same, and had that grin. And I always listened, because you always had something to say. But it wasn't until I sat right there that I really appreciated this, because when you're sitting right there, and all of a sudden those Brophy eyes that just focus on you, and that steely look. And there's something about your eyes. I tried to analyze what it was, but there was no way I could turn away. When you got your gaze and we got eye to eye and looked at each other's eyes, there was no way I could turn my eyes. And you literally forced me to listen to you in ways that when I was sitting way in the back, I maybe could got away without doing it. But it was your commitment, your passion, your dedication, your intellect, and your caring about the issues that you cared about. It didn't matter whether I agreed with you or disagreed with you. What I found out this year, I tended to agree with you more than I did maybe in the past, but maybe it was because I was sitting right here and you could really capture me. But I will always appreciate that, and I have it's been fun for me sharing this with you and having the conversations we have over the years. But it's your intellect and your passion that I will always remember. Thank you so much.
Senator Grantham, and then you.
Thank you, Madam President. Sitting here thinking through all of these, looking back on 4 years, trying to remember the first time we actually met, and I think that's probably true. And thinking about that with Scott and Ted as well, and just all the time since then, and the times we've had to share and and again, like the others, just the mentorship that I've enjoyed from you and others. And a few things I probably won't forgive. Spending the first 2 years on Ag Committee and no one giving me the warning about the water wars between Harvey and Brophy, and me being the third Republican member on that committee at the time, and someone could have helped me out just a little bit to give me fair warning on that before that happened. There is one bone of contention. I'm in my campaign that just started out. I'm green. We had our discussion actually already there in Aurora, and I'm going down to Crowley County, my home, Crowley County. Go down for a get-together, a fundraiser. I've got family coming there and everything. This is where I grew up. I expect, the band to play, and everybody to come out for Kevin. I walk into the park where we're having our little picnic there and get together, and my brother-in-law, who is my rock down there in Crowley County, is wearing a Greg Brophy for House t-shirt. I've never forgiven him or you for that, by the way. still don't know if he actually ever wore my shirt. The great memories of Greg, and especially those first 2 years. The first year, redistricting. I remember that State Affairs Committee, we were upstairs, and of course, Senator Cadman and I are on State Affairs at the time, and we got the pleasure of hearing all those bills that came through. And I remember that time that Greg sat in with us on that, and it was great having him there, but it was the moment where he asked his questions, didn't get the answers he wanted, took that massive bill folder that had these maps in the bill, and just went and got up and left the committee. And that was Greg Brophy. And I smile at that every time I think about that, making his point that night in that way. Greg, I appreciate you. And just like the others, Angie, you're obviously a saint as well. Thank you for allowing him to serve down here with us. I wish I could have served here longer with all these guys. But Greg, I just want to finish with this. If you'll allow me to share it with you and with the others that we've already talked about. For Lois and for Gail, for Scott, Greg, for Ted, Captain. One of my favorite passages for each of you, Steve, sorry, for each of you that spend 4 years with folks that become awfully important to you. And one of my favorite passages from Scripture, it's in Numbers chapter 6. It's called the Aaronic benediction. It's, the Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face to shine upon you and be gracious unto you. The Lord lift up his countenance upon you and give you peace.
Senator Tantra.
Thank you, Madam President. And I could not let this night go by without speaking to Senator Brophy, speaking to Greg. We served together, I think, 4 years in the House. I came over here, and 2. Anyway, I came over here, and then Greg came over, I think, 2 years later, or a year and a half later. We share a lot of interests, but we also disagree on a lot of things. But I will tell you, it was so interesting, his passion for the water rights on the South Platte. Seeing that issue, watching him, and understanding where he's coming from, because he truly was there to represent his constituents, and that's what we're all down here for. But Greg, good luck in the future, and I hope we see you down the road. Thank you for your service, Greg.
Do you want to say something about him now before he speaks? Yeah.
So Senator Brophy, we're testing your patience, I know. But before we turn this over to you for your comments, there isn't anyone who served with you who hasn't observed a very quick wit, extremely well-honed strategy as well, and someone who really does dig deeply into public policy. There's a whole range of how far people go into the public policy they do, and I think your district has been well served, very diligently served, with a very conscientious work ethic, and this chamber has benefited from your intellectual acumen and your service. And thank you for your service. You will be missed. Senator Brophy.
I was reminded of another line out of a movie. I think it was Tom Cruise in Cocktail. He said, where bury the dead or they'll stink up the place. We've been going at this entirely too long. And thank you for your kind words. It means a lot to me. I have truly enjoyed serving with all of you. I want to thank my wife for the patience of living with a guy who's gone 4 nights a week for 4 months out of the year, and then all too often the rest of the time of the year. She was effectively a single mother raising our 3 wonderful kids. I think Megan is probably watching right now. She hasn't gotten too bored. And David probably stopped watching a long time ago and is back to playing video games. And Jordan is up in Laramie, and it's finals week, so I know what she's doing. She's either drinking coffee or studying, or both right now. I especially want to thank the people of Ray, Colorado. Truly the best town in the state. And for those of you who haven't taken the time to go there, and I know I think Senator Schwartz has been there, and Kathleen Curry, I remember asking when we were sitting by the little river that runs through Ray. Of course, it's the Republican River. And she asked if the level of the river changed or not. It didn't. It stays about the same year round. It is a gorgeous town full of the nicest people, and they have been so unbelievably supportive of myself and my family. So thank you so much, and God bless you all. Thank you to the people of Eastern Colorado who have entrusted me with this high honor, and it is truly a high honor to serve them. And I think it may be one of the most safe districts, Senator Balmer, in the country. I suspect Jerry Sonnenberg will get north of 80% of the vote this time when he runs, and God bless him if he does. We said Republican seats. They spread the Republicans out further across the state. They concentrate you guys here in Denver. I also, no one has mentioned this yet, but I want to thank the staff, the people that work here at the Capitol who have been so unbelievably helpful to me over the years. And I have some friends amongst them. I think of a guy named Kirk Malinik, who was our legislative council leader for a while. And for those of you who live here in town, you probably never have any reason to come into this building in the middle of the night. Well, those of us who are bored with nothing else to do will often do that. And I remember catching Kirk playing a guitar in the rotunda, which has great acoustics. It's just a lot of fun to know him, and to Mike Maurer and some of my absolute favorite drafters. Esther, I just adore, and Christy, and both of the Jerrys, and Thomas, of course, who gets annoyed with my water bills, I think, all of the time. Thank you, all of the staff, for doing that. I also have to, of course, thank my press secretary, Lynn Bartles, who is standing here in the back of the room. You haven't gotten rid of me, darling. I'm still going to be around, and we'll see each other a bunch. And I think a little bit about what Scott said about, and I can pile on, I hate Amendment 41 as much as the next guy, but I think you're right, Scotty, that it's not that. It's not necessarily that there's anything wrong with anybody in this room. It's a reflection of our society right now. I think we have lost track of the important things. And so I do want to ask the people of Colorado to refocus on those things that matter. And this is important, and everybody knows that no one's a greater advocate of the Second Amendment than I am, and no one is a greater advocate for life than me. But if we don't soon focus on the overriding fiscal challenges that we face as a state, we are doomed. And it's not just as a state, as a nation. We have a $17.5 trillion national debt that we have saddled our kids with and our grandkids with. I don't know how they'll ever repay it. But I know this, that if we don't start now working towards living within our means, we will have a crisis on our hands. So if you ask somebody who has gone broke, what was it like? How did it happen? And they'll say, well, it happened slowly and then suddenly. And that's what I'm afraid that we face if we don't refocus as a citizenry, for the people of Colorado, the people of the United States, refocus on that. Job number one is to regain our role as the bright, shining light for the rest of the world, and we can't do that if we're broke. And when you think about what's happened in the past when the United States wasn't stepping up to the plate to do the things to keep the world relatively safe, it ends in disaster. In World War II, there were roughly 56 million people killed, 2% of the world's population. If we allow something like that to build and happen again because we can't address the issue because we're broke, we could lose 300 million people in the world. And that would be a shame if we're distracted fighting over who can live with whom or what size of an ammo magazine you can have. So my challenge, and it's not to you guys, it's to the people of Colorado. Let's refocus on the things that really matter and come back together to solve the biggest problems that we face, and then the little things will take care of themselves. God bless you all for allowing me to serve with you and to work with you and against you over the years. It has been a high honor to be in this building, and I am ready to go spend my time with my best friend.
Oh. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to second the nomination from Senator Kerr of Senator Brophy for our candidate in 2018, the bipartisan candidate for governor, the first one ever. I'm going to miss my friend and my leader, and we wish you both well. The Honorable Greg and Mrs. Brophy.
So members, the good news is that we have the conference committee on 223 to act on, a few things to read across the desk, and a final resolution to adjourn CNADA that I think is of interest. Of course, it'll include the ball drop. But before we go back into Senate Bill 223, there's a couple thank yous I want to add to this as we go forward. I want to add my thanks to the Minority Leader, Bill Cadman, to the Assistant Minority Leader, Mark Shuffle, my colleagues on both sides of the aisle. It has been really remarkable working with you, serving with you, and actually rolling up the sleeves and figuring out as many issues and problems that we can solve together. And I'm really very proud and pleased, and it's been an honor to serve with you. I think on behalf of all of us, if we could stand and give recognition to the staff. That includes the desk staff up here, the enrolling room, our sergeants, with extra special thanks to Phil Brown, but all of our sergeants, the Legislative Council staff, the Office of Legislative Legal Services, our technology staff, our Joint Budget Committee staff, the majority and minority partisan staff that work so hard for us, our aides, interns, and volunteers, a hearty thank you on behalf of the Senate and the people of the state of Colorado. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam President. On behalf of the Republican caucus, I want to thank you personally for the efforts that you put forth with Senator Heath. I would say we had 116 great days, if you recall. Pardon the pun. And folks, I've been here long enough to know the difference when someone reaches across the aisle from this position and offers to help virtually everyone in our caucus get something done that was important to them and to the state. And I mean some pretty big lift, President Carroll, that you were willing to roll up your sleeves and encourage and empower our members to come to this podium and present policy that united us and made that aisle much smaller than it is on other days. And we are grateful. And I'm grateful for the time that we spent together and the opportunities to coordinate. And I think you went above and beyond to get a lot of things done that I've never seen before. And you have my gratitude. Thank you.
Thank you. All righty. Senate will come back to order. Thank you. Conference committees to report. Message from the House.
May 7, 2014, Madam President, the House has voted to grant the House conferees on the first conference committee on Senate Bill 223 to consider matters not at issue between the two houses. The House has voted to recede from its position and discharge the first conference committee on House Bill 1398. The House voted to concur in Senate amendments and has repassed the bill as so amended. The House requests return of the bill. The House has adopted the first report of the first conference committee on Senate Bill 223 as printed in the House Journal and has repassed the bill as so amended. The bill is returned herewith. The House has adopted the first report of the first conference committee on House Bill 1001 as printed in the House Journal and has repassed the bill as so amended. The House has adopted and transmits herewith Senate Joint Resolution 40. Pursuant to the resolution, the Speaker has appointed Representatives Labuda as Chairman, Fisher, and Wright. The House has adopted and transmits herewith House Joint Resolution 1020.
Conference committees to report.
First report of the first conference committee on Senate Bill 223. This report amends the re-revised bill. To the President of the Senate and Speaker of the House of Representatives, your first conference committee appointed on Senate Bill 223 concerning the payment by the state of legal claims arising in connection with the Lower North Fork wildfire and in connection therewith making and reducing appropriations has met and reports that it is agreed upon the following. 1, that the Senate accede to the House amendments made to the bill as the amendments appear in the re-revised bill with the following changes, and 2, that under the authority granted the committee to consider matters not at issue between the two houses, the following amendments be recommended. Respectively submitted, Senators Nicholson, Stedman, and Cadman, Representatives Giroux, Young, and Kagan.
Consideration of conference committee reports. Mr. Majors, would you please read the title to Senate Bill 223?
Senate Bill 223 by Senators Nicholson and Cadman and Representatives Giroux and Young concerning the payment by the state of legal claims arising in connection with the Lower North Fork wildfire and in connection therewith making and reducing appropriations.
Senator Nicholson.
Thank you, Madam President. We move for the adoption of the first report of the first conference committee on Senate Bill 223 in connection with the claims in response to the Lower North Fork wildfire.
Any discussion on that motion? The question is the adoption of the first conference committee on Senate Bill 223. Are there any no votes? With 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, the first conference committee report to Senate Bill 223 is adopted. Senator Nicholson.
Thank you, Madam President. We move for the repassage of Senate Bill 223.
Any discussion? Question is repassage of Senate Bill 223. Are there any no votes? With 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 223 is readopted. Are there any additional co-sponsors? Senator Jones, we've got you.
Wally, thank you.
Okay. Signing of bills.
May 7, 2014, the President signed House Bills 1011, 1015, 1023, 1159, 1216, and 1319.
Delivery to the governor.
To the Governor for signature on Wednesday, May 7th, 2014 at 2:53 p.m. Senate Bills 8, 15, 36, 64, 75, 92, 130, 157, 164, 168, 171, 173, 183, and 189.
Message from the governor.
December 10th, 2013, to the Honorable Colorado Senate, ladies and gentlemen, pursuant to the powers conferred upon me by the Constitution and laws of the State of Colorado, I have the honor to designate and appoint submit to consideration the following member of the Public Utilities Commission of the State of Colorado, effective January 7th, 2014, for a term expiring Monday, the preceding the second Tuesday in January 2017. Glenn Vaught of Meade, Colorado, Republican, and occasioned by the resignation of James K. Tarpey of Englewood, Colorado, appointed sincerely John W. Hickenlooper, Governor.
Agriculture, Natural Resources, and Energy. Introduction and consideration of resolutions.
House Joint Resolution 1020 concerning by Representatives Hollinghorst and Senator Heath concerning the adjournment sine die of the second regular session of the 69th General Assembly.
Mr. Majors, would you please read the title? Mr. Majority Leader. Huh? Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam President. I move House Joint Resolution 1020.
Co-sponsors.
And ask for comments committee.
I'm so sad this is the last time. I'd like to offer an amendment.
Yeah, I have an amendment.
Yes. Silver?
Members, before we actually vote on this, we would like to excuse Senator Schwartz and King to notify the governor that we are about ready to adjourn sine die.
Oh, yeah, that.
And anyone else who wants to escort them.
Hey, you two.
Yeah. Okay, we don't have
Madam President, Madam President, the graduating classes all go down and tell the governor. Let's, yeah.
Good luck getting in. Don't feel good, Jen. Oh my God. Right in the flash, too.
Hey guys, look, did you get the one I was getting like being in there?
Okay, that's a good one. All right, I'll share it with you. Yep.
Excuse me, sir. Hey, George.
Congratulations, you survived.
Here's what it was, you know.
Turn around and look at me and say, "You want to play April Fools?" And I go, "I'm in."
Yep.
He did, because he
Yeah, she's a burning man. She's that's what I'm telling her. I said, you're liking this so much. I said, thank you.
You guys didn't want to go join the notification committee?
Well, that's not true. That's not true. HJR is 20. Oh.
Members, there's a little first come, first serve on pizza. Act quickly. Apparently there's 8, which might be less than enough for everybody. So you might, if you're hungry, go quickly. We'll come back to order.
Thank you, Madam President. To kind of get this all back together, I'm just going to move a quick call to the Senate to see if we can get everybody back.
A call of the move, Senate. Yep, has been moved and sustained. Yeah. All righty. Sergeants, please lock the doors. Allow no senators to leave. Retrieve any missing senators. And Mr. Majors, please poll the senators. And I'll push the chimes.
Aguilar. Balmer.
Has he really?
Baumgartner. Brophy. Cadman. Crowder. Grantham. Guzman. Harvey. Heath.
Yeah,
Herpin. Hill. Hodge. John. Johnston. Jones. Kafalis.
You need to call and get them back to give their report.
He's asking if you're ready.
Kerr.
They're back.
King.
Move call on the
Lambert. Lumberg.
Then I'll move to adjourn.
Marble. Newell. Nicholson. Renfro. Rivera. Roberts. Sheffel. Schwartz. Stedman. Doctrop.
Mr. Majority Leader.
I move we raise the call.
For the motion, all in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The call's raised. Mr. Majors, would you please read the title to the resolution again?
House Joint Resolution 1020 by Representative Hollinghorst and Senator Heath concerning the adjournment sine die of the second regular session of the 69th General Assembly.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam President. I move we adopt House Joint Resolution 1020.
That is a proper motion. I understand that we will shortly have a ceremonial ball dropping that is happening, but we would like to welcome our committee back, who notified the governor of our readiness to adjourn sine die, Senators King and Schwartz. Senator Schwartz.
And thank you, Madam President. And we were, I think, jubilantly greeted by the members of the governor's staff, waiting for us to announce that the 69th General Assembly is sine die.
You know who you are.
No.
Senator King.
Thank you, President Carroll. Governor said a couple things. One, that he congratulated the Senate on the work that we've done, was happy with the work that has been done here, was happy with the teamwork that the first floor and the second floor evolved into. So thank you very much. He wanted to pass that along.
Senator Schwartz.
And thank you, Madam President. I just want to thank you and Senator Schwartz for the Senator King for the opportunity to have Senator Schwartz and King go down and as your senior class departing, and our escort, Senator Doctrop, came along as our escort. And thank you very much for the opportunity.
Senator King.
Thank you. President Carroll, we renew the motion.
Members, before we take our final vote on this, and that will follow with the official motion, could we ask our term limited and our leaving members to join Senators Schwartz and King in the well for a final thank you and recognition from our Senate? I know. We're going to have the Senate choir sing something. We don't know what. We're just kidding.
I have a duck. I have have a duck call.
Birthday horns, by any chance?
To this team, you will obviously be very sorely missed. Thank you for all your service, and on behalf of the Senate and the people of the state of Colorado, thank you so much.
Eat pizza, go to the bar. Good job.
The question is the adoption of House Joint Resolution 1020.
All right, let me get between the guys. I think we need to. Boy, girl, boy, girl.
Scoozy, okay. I'll scoot.
Boy, girl, boy, girl.
I need to break up the.
What are you doing? Okay.
Okay, all the.
Scoot that way more so that we're centered here. Bring those two in. There we go.
Okay, we're on the right, they're on the left, and you're in the center. Think about it.
I bet they're photobombing us behind us.
Yeah, I'm sure they are. They're getting ready to throw rubber bands at us.
Okay.
Got it?
Good.
Kevin, did you have rabbit ears back there the whole time?
Are there any no votes? Seeing none whatsoever, 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused. House Joint Resolution 1020 is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader, we have one final important motion.
Thank you, Madam President. And before I make that, let me just say a personal thanks to all of you. It's been a pleasure. And, and I don't want to do this. And to the Minority Leader and the Assistant Minority Leader, thank you very much. You've been great. And with that, Madam President, I will move that the Senate adjourn. Sine Die. Congratulations, everyone.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The Senate will adjourn sine die. We're adjourned, but need the official ball drop. Follow Senator Talk Trap.